This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. Wyoming Superintendent of Public Instruction Megan Degenfelder on Monday announced she's running for governor. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that Degenfelder has been strongly considering the move and had received an endorsement from President Trump urging her to run last week.
We do have 3 years of political leadership by Degenfelder in this state where she's led our public education system. And during that time, she has backed school choice. She has voted in favor of wind leasing, saying that's free market approach by Wyoming. She really ran in part on a campaign of blocking sexually explicit books in school libraries or helping schools deal with that on their own, which she did end up doing.
Now, the Republican incumbent governor, Mark Gordon, is at the end of his 2-term limit this year. The state has court history indicating he could get the limit overturned, but not without a legal challenge. Wyoming senior U.S. Senator announced Monday morning that he's endorsing U.S. Representative Harriet Hageman to serve alongside him in the upper chamber. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that Senator Barrasso says Hageman is going to be terrific in the U.S. Senate, but why such an early endorsement?
You know, I asked him, I was like, this is early. We've not had, on the state side, we've not had the legislative session yet. She doesn't really have an opponent yet, and no one else has declared. Why are you so early? I asked him that point blank, and he said, look, I want to get her out there as a front runner to get this race in the bag so I can focus on trickier cases and hold the Republican majority in the Senate.
Senator John Barrasso's current counterpart in the upper chamber of Congress is Senator Cynthia Lummis, who announced December 19th that she will not seek to run for a second 6-year term. Hageman, Wyoming's lone delegate to the U.S. House of Representatives, announced 4 days later that she will run to fill Lummis's seat. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. This winter driving safety tip from WYDOT reminds you don't crowd the plow. WYDOT's plow drivers work hard every winter to make sure travelers can safely reach their destination. When you come up on a plow, slow down. Give them space. Only pass when it's safe to do so. This has been a winter safety driving tip from the Wyoming Department of Transportation.
Did you know it's illegal to dig or excavate without knowing what's below? This is Jan Warren, Executive Director for One Call of Wyoming. We will be hosting workshops around the state to educate homeowners, realtors, landscapers, underground facility owners, and excavators on the state law, industry best practices when it comes to planting a tree, building a fence, or any other excavation project you have planned. Join us for a free breakfast, get your questions answered, and learn how One Call of Wyoming is here to help. Go to onecallofwyoming.com and register today.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. A snowmobiler in the Wyoming backcountry southeast of Afton died Sunday after he and another rider triggered an avalanche that buried him about 2 feet below the surface and under his snowmobile. Cowboy State Daily's Kate Meadows reports that despite having an airbag on his snowmobile, Nicholas Brinquist of Springville, Utah was still trapped beneath the snow.
The airbag is not attached to the snowmobile. It's a piece of equipment that a rider carries, especially when in the backcountry. It is supposed to keep the rider above the surface to ride out the avalanche to keep them from getting buried. But in this case, it did not work that way. The snowmobiler was trapped under about 2 feet of snow underneath his snowmobile. It's the snow, then his snowmobile, then him. And his partner pulled him out and did perform CPR, but it was again unsuccessful.
Frank Cyrus, director of the Bridger Teton Avalanche Center, tells Cowboy State Daily that the two snowmobilers were on a steep, ungroomed slope when the avalanche was triggered at about 8,800 feet of elevation and extremely avalanche prone. The Wyoming Legislative Committee crafting a preliminary state budget voted Monday to deny the governor's almost $112 million recommendation to give state employees raises. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that the debate is not over.
So what the Judiciary Committee is doing this week is the markup. So the budget is like a train that people are putting stuff on and taking stuff off of as it winds toward the station.
Representative Trey Sherwood of Laramie says wages have not kept pace with inflation, pointing to economic data that says the state's total wage growth in the past decade was 26.7% compared to the private sector of 37.2%. And that's a look at today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
I'm Amy Grant, and I want to talk to you from my heart about the heart. There was nothing about my life that said, you have a ticking time bomb in your chest. But I did. I wound up in the office of a cardiologist because I was there with my husband. And at the tail end of that, the cardiologist looked at me and said, I want to see you. No one was more surprised than I was to learn I was living with a rare heart condition. He said, Amy, this condition, you'll be fine, and then catastrophic. A few months later, I had open heart surgery that saved my life. And I owe it to the research and life-saving medical breakthroughs developed by the American Heart Association. I'm grateful for the American Heart Association. Their research gave me more time to do the things I love with the people I love. So listen to your heart. I'm here today because I did. Learn more at helpheart.org.
It's the Cowboy State Daily Show, Tuesday, January 13th. Special guest today, Speaker of the House, Chip Neiman. He's going to get here. He's going to have to join us via phone. Zoom doesn't work where Chip's from, out there in Weston County. Superintendent of Public Instruction, Megan Degenfelder, will be on the show, announcing officially to us and our listeners her intent to run for governor of Wyoming. Larry Proietti, spoiler alert. Close your ears if you don't want to know, but Larry's going to be inducted into the Wyoming Association of Broadcasters Hall of Fame. It's about time. Larry will be on from K-Ray Land down there in Cheyenne. Justin Farley will be here. He's the head of Advance Casper, and he's going to advance Casper with us. And Cyrus Western, last time you caught up with him, he was House District 51 up there in Sheridan County. He's now running the EPA Section 8. Wait, isn't Section 8 like when you try for like craziness in the military? He's in Region 8. Maybe that's a better way to say it. Region 8, yeah. All those guests, but none outshining this one, Jen Coker. Jen,
Good morning.
Good morning.
I returned home from my trip with a cold, so I will attempt not to cough on your show.
Well, air travel. Can you blame the difference in Florida, where it was probably 80 and humid?
Mm-hmm.
And then, or was it just the recirculated cabin air?
Well, there's several. I think I was on 5 or 6 flights, a train ride, and then I spent time 3 days with my little niece and nephew who are 4 and 6, and they're germy and they touch you.
Oh, yes, those germy things. So you just had contact with a lot of human beings.
Yeah, and manatees.
Well, the manatees maybe gave you something.
Perhaps
those big fat sea cows. For real? Did you touch one?
Yeah.
No.
I went kayaking. Yes, I was in Orlando for a conference, which I just kind of skipped Saturday, and we went kayaking.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you put your feet in the water, and they come right up and touch you, and it feels really strange. But they are the sweetest things, but the alligators aren't.
No.
Yeah.
It's alligators, not crocodiles, right?
Correct. Yeah, I get confused about which one is the saltwater one, but I believe I'm pretty sure it was alligators.
I've been over there in that Orlando area, and they got plenty.
They've got plenty.
Prehistoric. Yeah, they're scary looking. I take my chances with a grizzly bear before those because they're foreign to me. I don't understand how they work, and I'm pretty sure they don't like me. Alligators.
Yeah, they hate you. They hated me too. And they tell you too, there's signs in my stepmother's development. It's like, be careful, alligator spotting. And then you're terrified walking through the neighborhood.
Yeah. From the viral videos I've seen, it's not safe to golf in Florida at all. These things will steal your golf ball, bring it somewhere, and when you go to get it, that's when they're waiting for you.
Ooh, tricky.
Kind of. I mean, I get all my information from viral video, from reels, you know.
So we know it's real.
Yeah, I know it's real. It's reels with 2 E's. Jen, all right, I'm putting another Jen quote down right up with your blinky tree.
Mm-hmm.
Alligators want to kill you. Alligators. Yeah, or alligators don't like us.
No, alligators hate you.
Alligators hate you. Get the quote right.
Yeah.
All right, I wrote that down. Alligators hate you. Yeah, I think they do.
Mm-hmm. It's a safe assumption.
And the manatees are nice, though. They seem pretty docile. They're big, though. How big? Like bigger than your canoe?
Yeah, absolutely. They're wider. They're about as long. The ones we saw like 5-6 feet and really wide, like about that wide. And they're very playful. And it was mating season, which was a little terrifying. But they also they'll jostle. We are in kayaks. They'll jostle you accidentally. But they didn't tip us, which I was grateful for, because then you're competing with the alligators on the shores of the river. So you have to be careful.
Ooh, yeah.
And we had a guide. So that was smart. One smart thing I've done in my life. But I asked the guide, how do they coexist peacefully? And he said the alligators will not mess with the manatees just on their sheer girth alone.
Yeah, that's a lot for even an alligator. But
yeah.
Can you imagine if they got in cahoots and worked together and the manatees learned to tip you and the alligators feasted and somehow they shared in the bounty? Ooh.
That's terrifying.
I know. This is where my mind goes. All right, Jen, let's get to business. The woman accused, are we going to call her Madeline or Madeline? Madeline Daily?
I stick with Madeline simply because that's what her ex-boyfriend, Jake Stoner, calls her.
Oh, well, he ought to know.
He ought to know,
yeah. They had a kid together.
They did, and they were together for, I'm not sure how long. It was less than 2 years.
Okay.
Yeah, so I did cover that hearing yesterday, and boy, things in the New Mexico court system are quite different. Unprompted, the DA sent me a link to the court proceeding and said, hey, did you know this was happening today? I was like, oh my God, I can't imagine anyone in Wyoming court system doing that.
Nice heads up.
Yeah, super nice heads up.
So Madeline, and I would imagine through her attorney, this seems to be fairly procedural, is the first thing you want to do is I want my client out of incarceration, out from behind bars, let her walk around on bail. But I can't see how any argument could be made to let her out. This is a woman who shot Basil point blank and said, her own words, wasn't quick enough to shoot herself. So what is she going to do when she gets out? Like access to a firearm and, for her own safety. And I think the judge said that, right?
Yeah, he did. Absolutely. Yeah. And unfortunately, the picture on the video screen was so tiny, so I could barely see her reactions. And her attorney was completely inaudible. I believe he was either phoning in or videoing in, but he did not appear on screen and his voice was inaudible. So I couldn't hear what he was saying on her behalf, but based on the DA's response, it appears he was trying to talk about her lack of criminal history, because she did have no criminal history prior to the felony warrant out for arrest after she had absconded from Wyoming. Then, of course, the murder charge.
Again, that's pretty understandable. If I'm the attorney, that's the first thing I reach for. She's never done anything bad. But Madeline Daly, if you're just catching up, that's the woman who absconded with the shared custody child, her and not a husband, but a boyfriend who lives in another state. she got tired of the deal where he went there for a weekend and then hers, and she just took off with the kid, and then it came to a head in a trailer park in New Mexico, and we know what happened.
And I think that was a Hail Mary, of course, but as you say, it's procedural. So she's going through the steps, and it appears the feds are investigating her still. There are no charges yet, but they are investigating her. The FBI is. So if the federal charges come, that case will then go into the federal court system.
I saw some posts, some insensitive posts, save taxpayers the trial money, etc., things like that. But I did see one person who got the most thumbs up commenting on the story on Facebook, said, everybody, reconciliation, grace, forgiveness, it's all available to anyone. And hopefully Madeline finds that.
Yeah, I think there's a lot, behind going on still that we don't know about as far as Madeline goes. So more will be forthcoming. And I am in contact with the boy's father, Jake, who has been advised by the district attorney not to speak to the media at this point. But he did tell me that he was able to bring his son home to Nebraska. So I may have a story forthcoming about the boy's burial and whatnot.
It's got to be really hard on him. The father, the 11-month-old, is dead and returning to Nebraska?
Nebraska, yeah.
Nebraska.
He's already in Nebraska.
Okay.
And apparently that was a process in itself that Jake was eager to share, because apparently other people have reached out to him and said, hey, how do you do this? So he said it was very complicated. So I don't know what that entails, but I'll be speaking to him, hopefully, if his lawyer allows him to.
And any mother that turns a weapon on her own kid, even though the situation was pretty warm, intense, and if she felt maybe there was no other way out, but to shoot your own kid, you are tortured by demons in some way, in my opinion. Jake's opinion, not Jen. It's weird. So you're going to follow this? That might be hard down there in another state.
Well, so far they're making it very easy.
Yeah, if they alert you.
Yeah, and Jake did give me a heads up that hearing was coming up. But of course, fresh from vacation, I kind of spaced it.
Yeah.
But yeah, so that's I'll be following that. And tomorrow I'll be speaking to a DEA agent from Wyoming who will be they're releasing the drug numbers for 2025. And I'm always curious what that situation looks like and if there are new street drugs and all those variables.
Yeah. I don't know what's worse, what I should be more concerned about. I know some states that, anecdotally are taken over by meth, like Arkansas, full of meth, yeah. Little Rock. But I don't want Wyoming to be a state taken over by meth. Fentanyl just flat out kills you. I mean, meth drives people to do crimes, and they may jack me or you in the street. Fentanyl just killed you, so you're not even there anymore. I don't know what it is that what the numbers, but none of them are good. Oh.
No, I was absolutely surprised to know that there are more meth overdose deaths. It's almost double fentanyl, or was last year. And I didn't know you could overdose on meth. That shows you how streetwise I am.
Yeah.
And I'm assuming it's because all these drugs now are cut with fentanyl that are coming over the southern border from the cartels.
Yeah, they might be a little extra juiced. Although in my day, and maybe your day, John, the dealers did all they could to make sure you were getting hardly nothing. That was the problem. Your average 8-ball was like a 16th ball. Man, they cut it with a bunch of junk. You were never getting your money's worth. Today, you get more than your money's worth. You get high and you get dead.
Yeah. So I'll be curious. I'll be tracking those numbers. And it's rare that you get to speak to the DEA agent. Granted, it's in a controlled interview, but it's always interesting to get their perspective.
Yeah. Good. Take advantage of that. That'll be fun. Nurse the cold. Get better. And don't get the flu.
No.
The flu is real bad this year.
Yeah, like everybody on our staff, huh?
Yeah, it's taking everybody down. I'm sequestered.
Me too. So hopefully we'll survive, Jake.
Okay. Thank you, Jen.
You have a good one.
You too. That's Jen Coker, Cowboy State Daily. Her latest story following that situation with the mom accused of killing her 11-month-old. She took off with Basil. Madeline Daly. And after, a few weeks on the run, she turned up in New Mexico, was surrounded by police, banging on the trailer door, and she had time to shoot her son dead, 11-month-old, with a 9mm. She was going to turn the gun on herself, but authorities were able to get to her first. She just had her first appearance in court, and her court-appointed attorney argued to let her out on bond. No way, said the judge. No. Jen Coker's on it. We're going to talk to Chip Neiman, Speaker of the House. He's going to join us via phone, if I can figure that out, right after these.
Hey, Wyoming, ready for news that actually feels like Wyoming? Tune into Cowboy State Daily Radio with heart, humor, and a little Western kick from ranch roads to mountain peaks. If it's happening here, you'll hear it here. No fluff, no filter, just the real deal. Real voices, real stories, real Wyoming. If it's happening here, you'll hear it here. Cowboy State Daily Radio, Wyoming's news, just the real deal. 100% homegrown.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Hi. I'm your retirement fear, but don't be scared. You're still in pre-tirement.
Does that mean I have more time to plan?
Precisely. Here, this is pretirement.org.
Retirement savings options? Potential tax breaks.
Move.
This isn't scary. I'm doing it.
You got this.
Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan.
So as a technical sergeant, E6.
I served in Vietnam in 1969.
I am a U.S. Army veteran.
Have you ever helped a fellow veteran?
Of course.
Yes.
Try to always be there for each other.
I do my best reaching out to my brothers and sisters in arms.
Have you ever asked for help yourself?
It's always tough, right?
I can't say that I have. I mean,
if you don't have someone to kind of help you guide those thoughts, it can be really bad.
Eventually, you just can't deal with it on your own.
I guess it's a part of the military too, right? Service before self.
It was drilled in, service before self.
And you start to question, maybe people would be better off without me, When you realize that you're not alone, once you take that first step, there's so much support.
Cowboy State Daily Show on a tranquil Tuesday. I like this music. I don't remember ever playing this. I got to play this more often. This is nice and chill. I'm trying to get a photo of Speaker Neiman because he's going to join us via phone. And there he is. Let me get him on here. Speaker Neiman, is that you?
Yes, it is.
Hey.
How are you this morning, Jake?
I'm good. How's things in, where are you? Western or Crook County? Western or?
Northeast Wyoming, Crook County, right by that big old stump, Devil's Tower.
Yeah, I've seen that thing.
Yeah, it kind of sticks out, doesn't it?
It sure does. Let's get your, I want to get your photo up here, and maybe I've messed it up. Dang it. I got a photo of you so everybody knows who we're talking to, but it's not wanting to cooperate.
Yeah,
well,
sorry about that yesterday. Boy, that was no easy task, try to figure out how to get hooked up. Man, I don't have the best luck up here sometimes for whatever reason. So
yeah. All right. Well, I'm going to put just a generic feller on there. You can't see it, but it's a guy who looks just as good looking as you are. So we get the we get the full effect.
Appreciate that no end, Jake. Yeah, kind of at your leisure there. So
yeah,
trust whatever it is. I'm looking at a phone scrolling numbers by. So
all right. Well, not exciting for either of us visually. We'll make it exciting to the ears. HD1, the district you represent, Crook and Weston County, Speaker of the House. Hey, first off, I don't know if I ever got a chance to congratulate you on that. Ask you what that's like. I mean, that's a big honor to wield the gavel.
Well, it's been a real humbling experience, Jake. I appreciate the support of the people of the legislature, my colleagues, in allowing me the opportunity to be able to do this. It's been an honor to serve in this capacity. There's a lot more to it than just making sure the floors are clean and the lights are off. I know that was one determination that was stowed out there when I was first elected. I assure you that there is a lot more responsibility and a job in this job that goes with it, but I've been honored to be able to provide that time and effort in this, and I think we've done some really good things, and I think there's a lot of good things yet to come, and it's been an honor to work with such a good group of legislators. It's been a real blessing. It's been a challenging job, but it's been a real blessing, and I've enjoyed it, and I'm thankful for the opportunity.
Fantastic. We're going to talk about the abortion ruling by the state Supreme Court. Let's start there. I know that that did not meet well with the governor. We saw reactions there, and I know many lawmakers in Cheyenne, the legislature, once you found out it was a promise to go to, I guess, back to the drawing board. Because Speaker Neiman, what's the recourse now for lawmakers on the 4-1 state Supreme Court vote that says abortion remains legal option in Wyoming, and a lot of it hinging on how we define health care, what is health care? That's because it's in the state constitution. So now that's going to have to be changed. That's a heavy lift, but not impossible. Is that your only option now? What are you doing?
Well, appreciate the question, Jake. We're looking at all the different options, trying to figure exactly what is the best path forward. I mean, we're dealing, quite frankly, sir, with an activist court. It was a 4-1 decision. I think Judge Gray got it right. I think she recognized that in our Constitution it clearly states in Article 1, Section 38, she cited subsection C, where it's very clear, Jake, and that's what I don't understand in this. It says the legislature may determine reasonable and necessary restrictions on these rights granted in this section, and so I don't know how they were not able to see that in this decision. That's what Roe v. Wade allowed, or not Roe v. Wade, but the Dobbs decision allowed, was for us as states to be able to opine on and decide where we want to be at on the rights of the unborn and when basically, when life begins and all those different things, and those things were just basically thrown out the door. And when you apply strict scrutiny to this, I mean, strict scrutiny to me, and even when you look at the Supreme Court Justice Antonin Scalia, strict scrutiny is kind of code for an activist judge, activist court, and I don't think we even grasp at this point the implications, the broader implications of what this decision has meant. So as far as where we're headed with this, I mean, we're looking at a lot of different avenues. We're looking at a potential amendment to the Constitution, how and what that would look like. I think it would have to be very narrowly crafted. Potentially other pieces of legislation to make an effort to bring this challenge, the determination by the court. But there's a lot to be considered right now, Jake, and we're still trying to kind of figure that out. It's been exactly a week today since that decision came down, and we're working diligently to see where and how this is going to work. We're looking at what other states have done in their fight for the rights of the unborn, and so it could be a constitutional amendment. I don't know that. It could be challenging with other legislation, but we're still in the throes of trying to figure that out. But I know this: they got it wrong, Jake. The reality of it is they got it wrong, and I think their decision has, in my mind, we don't even really understand the further implications of that decision when you look right at a legislature that's been given that opportunity by the people to determine those things and say, nope, that's not. We're gonna tell you what law is, and do strict scrutiny on that. So we're working on it, though. I can guarantee you that, Jake. We're working on what we're going to do, and we're going to do a very thoughtful job of trying to deal with protecting the unborn.
House Speaker Chip Neiman called it in the story from Cowboy State Daily, legislating from the bench. Any pro-life conservative Wyomingite has kind of got the same response to the Wyoming Supreme Court ruling. Maybe surprising. Keith Couts, the AG, he may be working on something. I can imagine right now, Speaker Neiman, that you're in contact with everyone pretty closely. A lot of moving parts, like you said. This is just a week old. What do you know? What recourse and what help can you expect from the Attorney General? Anything there?
Well, I think Attorney General Couts is working on this. I have contacted him. He and his office are looking at all the different options. They have filed for the it's not. I guess it's an appeal or a reevaluation.
Yeah,
a relook decision. That is one of the very first things that he could do. I hope that they will take that into consideration, because the reason that in my mind and what my understanding is, Jake, is that because of the way that they made that decision and because of the way that the argument was presented by the Attorney General prior to, basically didn't fit. I mean, from what I'm gathering, Jake, right now, it's that the rules kind of got changed right in the middle of the game. Everybody made their play, explained their position, gave their testimony, and then the judges came back with a determination, well, you didn't do this. And the question then comes from the other folks, well, you didn't ask us to. We were battling this from a facial perspective. You guys based it on strict scrutiny, basically saying that there is a right there. Well, according to our Constitution, according to the laws, which Wyoming obviously has been passing pro-life, recognizing the unborn, that's not what we were asked to do or what we believed that we needed to do. So that's why I think Attorney General Couts is correctly trying to go back and say, hey, what happened here? What exactly did we just now find ourselves in the middle of here? Because it's certainly not what we had anticipated or what we were expecting to be presenting. And that's where I go back again, Jake, to this whole thing. There is so much in this to try to unpack. And to me, the potential far-reaching implications of what they've just done in other aspects of healthcare and things like that. So we don't know. And I think AG Couts, he's working on it. He's trying to figure out how the best way forward is. He is aggressively, in my conversations, we passed 2 other laws last year that both got, enjoined and held up in court. We saw a judge brought out of retirement, believe it or not, Jake, in Judge Campbell, that tied up the legislation that was passed by Martha Lawley and myself. One was for the surgical, requirement to provide safety and care for folks that would seek an abortion, and then also for the ultrasound amendments to make sure that the pregnancy is in the right location and in the right amount of days, in gestation in order to be safely doing this, providing a chemical abortion. Both of those, one we had to override our own governor's veto on. Mine. We went back, and I don't know if that doesn't send a proper message to the Supreme Court as well, that we're wanting to do everything that we can to make sure that we provide health care protection for the mother and for that child an opportunity to at least have a couple hours to potentially to have the opportunity to live. And that got enjoined, that got stopped, but Couts has said that they are aggressively working on those, and they've learned something from this last decision, and they're going accordingly. And so, yeah, I think he's doing all he can right now. I appreciate AG Couts' work on this, and I look forward to working with him in an effort to try to see to it that we exhaust every avenue before we do anything else.
Yeah, there is a lot of legal complexities to it. That's in the wheelhouse of lawyers like A.G. Keith Couts, not loggers from the middle of Black Hills, Wyoming. I want to talk about the logging and timber your family's been doing for a long time. We're talking to Chip Neiman. He's representative of House District 1, Speaker of the House. One more thing on the abortion, and then I want to expand to the upcoming legislative session in February. If this goes down the avenue of changing, amending, tweaking state constitution, I know on the other side, Senator Sherry Steinmetz had something cooked up in some form, but she pressed pause on that to see what was going to come of this case. Is that something is that sort of ready-made, a draft? Is that something you would go to? And on top of that, Chip, is a budget session, you would need a 2/3 vote anyway, regardless of what session you were in. And I think you would maybe have it. The governor certainly would sign off on it. And then then we'd see what would happen in a vote of Wyoming citizens. But if it went that avenue, is something sort of ready-made for you? Do you know?
Well, there's several different options out there. Senator Steinmetz, she did have a bill ready to go, but pulled back on that particular bill when we went with the 152. Yes, I mean there are amendments out there that are drafted. There are other legislators that are currently drafting amendments, but they're extremely varied, Jake, and that's the thing. We're trying to figure out how and what that verbiage would need to be. To my mind, it is going to have to be very narrowly crafted in order to be able to address, what we're wanting to address here, and that is the requirement that life be identified. That speaking specifically to abortion and trying to respect what it says clearly in Article 1, Section 38, Subpart C of our own Constitution. And and here's something else, Jake, that you seldom hear, but I'd like to read for you. It's in Article 1, Section 2. It's very short, if you'll indulge me. It says, Section 2 says, equality of all. In the inherent right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, all members of the human race are equal. That's in our state constitution. That, to me, is been negated when we can't seem to find the humanity in a baby that at this point potentially could be aborted. We don't know. We're still working through those details up until the moment of delivery. We've got legislation out there and state laws and statutes that recognize that if a drunk driver were to kill a woman and they found out that she was pregnant, and it's no notation of gestational age or anything, they will be charged with a double homicide. So
yes,
we recognize in that statute the life of the child. Why would you be threatened with a double homicide if you didn't recognize that that's another human being's life that was worth protecting and had protection under state law and would be held to account for? And yet we turn right around and say that, we're going to create law and say that no, abortion is a constitutional right and it's health care. There are so many things in this that we're going to have to try to really word it correctly and do it right. And that's why we're trying to be careful and have meetings and get everybody's opinions on this before we do it. But yeah, there's some legislation out there, some drafts that could be used. Sherry had one. Kind of look at it in the light of the decision that was made by the court and figure out how and what's the best way to proceed. So that's what we're doing right now, Jake.
Yeah, the inconsistencies, the oddities, the incongruous definition of unborn fetus. Well, it all comes back to when is a life made? When is, and you know, the abortion issue, man. There's a lot to it, but it does circle back to that. And if the unborn have rights and aren't able to speak those rights, that's up to us to protect those. But is the unborn a life? It's circular logic.
I mean, it's amazing to me, Jake. I mean, stop and think about this.
Yeah.
It's not alive until it leaves the birth canal. Now, explain that to me. If you was to look at that through an ultrasound and the technology that we have, as it feels pain, as it sucks its thumb, as it moves around, as it yawns and stretches and things like that. I mean, it's like my wife, Joni. She said it, I think, better than anybody right after this happened. She said, well, Chip, I guess you have to be desired to live in Wyoming.
Yeah.
You have to be wanted. If you're not, then we can kill you effectively with this decision if we can determine that the ending of your life is healthcare. And that's the thing. I mean, when people come back, Jake, and they opine and say, well, that's great. But now we've finally gotten it back to where it's between the doctor and the lady that's wanting to have this procedure. Well, but often I hear it and I think about that. It's not two people. There's three people here, Jake. There's somebody that can't yell loud enough to be heard, that is having a decision made that is a unique, created in God's image, one and only in the world is that individual in the womb, DNA separate, created for a purpose in my mind. Whether no matter how that little person was conceived, is it right that their life would be ended because of convenience or otherwise, or because of the way they were conceived? Did they ask for that? And that's the problem. When you say that they are human, that's where the rub comes. We somehow have lost the idea that that is a human being. I don't know what else it would become, Jake.
Yeah.
But it is, and it deserves rights. And our founders clearly said it. We believe in life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. You know, well, liberty does you precious little good, Jake, if you do not first have life to enjoy it. And so I think our founders got it right, and I think our Wyoming Constitution got it right, but I think our Wyoming Supreme Court 4-1 got it wrong.
Good argument there. Good words from Speaker Neiman. That unborn baby, every hair on its head is counted and known by the Creator. So yeah, just keep that in mind. Hey, so this upcoming session budget, budget's always a concern. I know Freedom Caucus, far right, fiscally conservative members of the House are analyzing every dime. What is this going to be? The all-time close examination budget session ever? What's it going to look like? What do you feel?
Well, I think the appropriations team, both House and Senate, are doing their job. I mean, that's what we wanted. I mean, as people in Wyoming, we want to look over the books. We want to make sure that we're being efficient with the dollars. I mean, we extract dollars from taxpayers every day in one form or another. And we want, as hard as it is to come up with those dollars for families right now with inflation and everything we're dealing with the past administration and all the consequences of their decisions, they want us to make sure that we are doing the good job and making sure that those dollars are spent effectively. And I think that's what they're doing. They're looking to see where we've got places that we're spending correctly and wisely, and places where we are not spending correctly or wisely, and trying to be very diligent about, overseeing the budget. That's the job of the House, and that's what we're wanting to do, is make sure that we cut wasteful spending if it's there, and we limit the growth of government. Because, if you look at it, Jake, our household earnings have not increased commensurate with inflation. And yet those demands or constantly increases in government spending have been used to maintaining spending power. And we just believe the government spending should not outpace the growth of your paycheck. And I know there's a lot of people out there that are clutching their pearls and their hearts are burning over this. But the reality of it is the taxpayers are the ones that are being called on to come up with this money. Well, I think we've got a group of legislators right now that are making sure that if we're going to spend that money, that we spend it wisely, and that we spend only what's necessary to do what we must do as a government and not expand government. So yeah, I think they're doing a great job. It's not easy. Their job is thankless, and it always draws the ire of everybody, and in one way or another. If they're not doing a good job, taxpayers are upset. If they're trying to really look deeply into these budgets and make sure that we're doing what's right, the other interests get upset, and they're saying, well, then we're being limited on what we can produce. And so it's a balancing act, but I think they're doing a great job. But I think their eyes are focused on the taxpayer, and what our responsibility is to make sure that we take only what we absolutely have to have and keep money in their pockets so they can spend as they see fit. Because honest to God, Jake, I believe the consumer, the taxpayer, knows better how to spend their money than the government ever did.
Imagine that. Yeah.
Well, if you can.
Yeah. House Speaker Chip Neiman with us. One last thing, Speaker Neiman. I enjoyed the guest column from Jim Magagna and Travis Brammer. It's time to fix Wyoming's forests. That had to be music to your ears. We're seeing a new push on energy with the Trump administration. We're hearing renewed interest in, getting back to logging, if not to eradicate the beetle kill, for wildfire mitigation, and for industry. For somebody who's been logging since the 1930s in timber production, your family. What do you think? Can you get right back to logging business just like that, or does it takes time? You got to put infrastructure back in place. I mean, how fast can you pivot in the industry?
Well, it's a huge opportunity, and I think it's long overdue. I ranch. I mean, my dad and stuff, he was somewhat involved in the timber industry when he was younger, but my uncles and my cousins are the ones that are really up to their eyeballs in the alligators there in the trees. But yeah, it's a vital resource that we have to manage. And I think the Trump administration has finally gotten, the idea across that we have to manage our resources for our water, for our fire, for our good of our people to have jobs, and to manage the resource so that it grows and does better and is healthier all the way around, from grass for the livestock in controlling timber industry and growth, to making sure that people have wood to build homes. I mean, we talk about, the cost of housing and all these different things. And we have timber sales that have never been let because we don't want to damage our forests. Well, the reality of it is we damage our forests and we don't manage our forests. And so it's been a huge boon in the right direction. I think your question about how quickly we can ramp up and get things going is a big one, because we've spent so long cutting the oxygen off to the timber industry. We're down to just a very few sawmills. I think there's only, don't quote me, but I believe there's only really 2 active sawmills in the state of Wyoming. I believe one in Saratoga and one here in Hewlett. And I've talked to folks in the timber industry that are 2 here in Hewlett, actually. We got Bear Lodge Forest Products, and we've got Neiman Timber up there on top of the hill, or the Neiman Enterprises. But the thing is, a lot of folks out there are concerned that what's going to happen if the next administration comes in and says, hey, we're going to Keystone Pipeline you. How about that? You go ahead and get started, get things rolling, and then all of a sudden the next administration comes, they change the rules, kind of like what the Supreme Court did to us there in this last go-around. We thought we were arguing one way, and then all of a sudden somebody can, hey, no, we got a different direction we're going to go. Sorry, you're just out of luck. That's a major concern. I've got one gentleman up here that would love to go and start to expand in other areas, but he's concerned that if he goes and lays out a bunch of capital to do this, and the next administration comes in and says, hey, we're going to cut off the number of timber sales and just snuff you out. I mean, that's the hesitation. So we need to start developing our mills. We need to get back into the timber and start cutting it. They're releasing these acres for us to be able to manage. And it's going to take some time, Jake, as you well know. You can't just suddenly flip a switch and then everybody's hired and back to work and got an active sawmill and doing what they need to do, and that's managing our forest resources overnight. But it's the right thing. It's a good thing. It will help with Wyoming's jobs. It'll help us manage our resources in that respect. It will help us in multiple ways. Look at water. I mean, as you see more and more trees growing and thickening up on our national forest, that restricts the amount of water that flows down to our water rights, to our agricultural interests. So we have to manage our forests. In so doing, we manage our water. We manage fire. We see fewer problems where managed forests are are in fire situations where they can control it better. There's less damage. It's easier to get those out or to manage them correctly. So, yeah, it's critical, Jake. It's critical. I'm thankful for what the Trump administration is doing in this respect, but we are having to try to figure out how to get there and take advantage of it without putting ourselves in a bad position, because I don't know of a lot of people out there that are wanting to invest if they know that potentially the next administration is going to come in and undo everything that they've worked so diligently and invested in to make happen.
Yeah, this push, pull, yin yang, yo-yo of 4 years administration just shows you that. That's not long enough to make long-arching decisions if you're an industry, and maybe there just needs to be less federal oversight. Let states do stuff. I don't know. Speaker Neiman is with us. Chip, I'm so thankful to have you join us this early, although it's not quite as early for you. Way the heck over there in the east part of the state. What time is it over there?
Well, it's 6:50 in the morning. Here, the rooster has not crowed. Well, he may be out there. I can't hear him from here, but the crow certainly hasn't jumped down and gone to the bathroom yet, but it won't be long.
Well, the cows need feeding, and he'll get out there and get to work. It's a working Tuesday. Hey, thanks, man, for everything you do down in Cheyenne, for sure. Say hi to Joni.
I will. Thank you, Jake. Appreciate the opportunity. You have a good day, sir.
You too. Cowboy State Daily Show. We got to take a break. Thank you for Speaker Neiman joining us. We'll be right back.
Every morning, America wakes up to reheated outrage and copy-paste commentary.
Yeah, I don't follow talking points. I follow common sense. If that hits a nerve, good. It means you're still alive.
No spin, no fluff, no kumbaya. Just Jake. Serving up truth, sarcasm, and grit. Stirred by hand and seasoned with reality.
I don't yell, I don't pander. I just call it like I see it, and trust me, there's plenty to call.
From the Capitol to the county fair, if it's worth talking about in Wyoming, Jake's already on it. No permission needed, no script required.
The West was built by people who spoke their minds and stood their ground. I'm just making sure we don't forget how.
The Jake Show. Weekdays on CowboyStateDaily.com and wherever bold voices still have a mic.
No apologies, no filter, no bull.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Emma, did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
Bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
These walls and windows hold me tight. The warm embrace we all call home. My neighbors watch over one another. This little street is a land of liberty of its own, where I always have a place to go. I'm free to call this place my own. We all deserve a place to call home.
That's an American dream.
When the uniform comes off, the battle doesn't always end. Too many of our veterans are fighting silent wars, with trauma, with loss, with hopelessness. Downrange Warriors stands in that gap, offering peer support, purpose, and a brotherhood that saves lives. You can help. Visit downrangewarriors.org, because no warrior should ever walk alone. Hope is waiting. Be the reason they find it.
Yes, my dating game sound bed. I love that one too. I love this one. We have 3 lovely contestants and 1 eligible bachelor. Contestant number 1. We go on a date, and I say, and my debit card is declined. Could you buy dinner for us? And I'll get you back. Oh, you had to live through the era. It's Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Let's get a weather forecast to you. Looks like this. Day weather forecast. Casper, partly sunny, breezy, 52. Riverton, sunny, 54. I swear this show, you could, just hearing the weather forecast, you could feel like this show is airing on October 13th, not January 13th. Mostly sunny in Evanston, 42. Sunny, breezy, Green River, upper 40s. Pinedale, it's almost winter there, 38, sunny. Mostly sunny in Alpine, 34. Alpine's got snow on the ground. They've seen winter. Mostly sunny, breezy in DuBois, highs 46. Jackson, you'll get to upper 30s, mostly sunny. Thermopolis, partly sunny, 55 in Thermop today. That's not the water temperature in Hot Springs. That's the air. In the area, the area is going to be 55 degrees in Thermopolis. Get out. Cody, 53, partly sunny, breezy. Buffalo, slight chance of rain after 4. Way to ruin it, Buffalo. Everybody's been sunny till you. 53 the high. Sheridan, chance of rain late afternoon. Mostly cloudy, 56. Chance of rain in Gillette as well, mainly after 11 a.m. 51 the high in Gillette. Torrington, partly sunny, breezy, 60 the high. Chance of rain in Lusk, slight chance, partly sunny, 53. Partly sunny in the state capital, Cheyenne, 57 degrees in Cheyenne. Again, on January 13th, I'm just going to throw that in there every time I give a high temp for a town in Wyoming, just so you have some background, some reference, a context. 57 in Cheyenne on January 13th. Laramie, sunny, breezy, 48. Rawlins, mid-40s, partly sunny, breezy. It's a day weather forecast. Don will be on next hour. We'll ask him why it's so warm, which has been our question for Don Day every day. Every day of December, and now 2 weeks into January, and it's still the question, why so warm? Not that I'm complaining. I'm all for it. And that's where we may have a pretty clean-cut divide, right? People are pretty black and white on some issues, like abortion. We were just talking to House Speaker Chip Neiman. People are very much in one camp or the other. Not too many live in the middle. That's a divisive, polarizing topic. And so too is winter weather right now, I think. Are you down with 55 or 57, or in the case of Torrington, 60 degrees today in Torrington? Maybe not on December 25th. You wouldn't want to see 60. But are you all right with 60 right now in the middle of January? I am. That's cool. Bring on the Chinooks. Chinook, Indian for snow eater, right? I mean, this has been a Chinook winter. Never mind the Chinook winds that occur usually 1 week in January. Usually. There's a question for Don. We'll ask Don, is this similar to a Chinook phenomenon? The Chinook winds, those warm winds that are translated to snow eater, that traditionally, if I'm not mistaken, is typically kind of a 1-week event and typically happens in January. I contend for Don Day, and he can speak for himself, that it's been an entire Chinook winter. The whole thing, man, all in December, all in January, it's all Chinook. Or maybe it's just the log jam or the atmospheric river flow. I don't know. Or La Nina. Or whatever Don dropped on us yesterday. He called it I don't remember, some meteorological term that flew above my head. Hey, we out of time for this hour. We got more coming up. Cowboy State Daily. Megan Degenfelder is going to kick us off next hour, talking about kicking off her campaign for governor. Larry Proietti with us and Jackie Dorothy, all coming up next hour, the Cowboy State Daily Show.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. The Trump administration's EPA has finalized its rejection of closing a coal-fired power plant in Colorado, drawing sharp criticism from environmental and health groups. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that the decision extends the life of a plant that burns Wyoming coal.
Administrator Cyrus Western, who's a former Sheridan legislator, he runs the office for the EPA out of Denver, looks over about 8 states, I think. He says this is just another way that the Trump administration is trying to end the war on coal, that he says it's a false choice that we've been presented, that you can have public health or you can have electricity generated by coal.
At the heart of the decision is the Ray D. Nixon power plant, which serves Colorado Springs and has burned Wyoming Powder River Basin coal since 2003. The woman accused of absconding with her son from Wyoming, then killing the 11-month-old when authorities caught up with her, wants out of jail. But Cowboy State Daily's Jen Coker reports that 35-year-old Madeline Daly will remain locked up in New Mexico as she faces a first-degree murder charge.
It was a custody hearing Monday afternoon in Grant County to determine whether she would remain incarcerated leading up to her criminal proceedings, which are still in process. And the judge said, absolutely not. We are keeping you in jail. And her attorney was inaudible, unfortunately, on the meeting, so it was unclear what he was saying, what argument he was making. But the DA countered by saying these charges are egregious.
Daly allegedly shot and killed her son back in December rather than ceding custody to the biological father in compliance with a court order when she was confronted by New Mexico authorities in an RV park. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. This winter driving safety tip from WYDOT reminds you don't crowd the plow. WYDOT's plow drivers work hard every winter to make sure travelers can safely reach their destination. When you come up on a plow, slow down. Give them space. Only pass when it's safe to do so. This has been a winter safety driving tip from the Wyoming Department of Transportation.
Do you know it's illegal to dig or excavate without knowing what's below? This is Jan Warren, Executive Director for One Call of Wyoming. We will be hosting workshops around the state to educate homeowners, realtors, landscapers, underground facility owners, and excavators on the state law, industry best practices when it comes to planting a tree, building a fence, or any other excavation project you have planned. Join us for a free breakfast, get your questions answered, and learn how One Call of Wyoming is here to help. Go to onecallofwyoming.com and register today.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. Wyoming Superintendent of Public Instruction Megan Degenfelder on Monday announced she's running for governor. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that Degenfelder has been strongly considering the move and had received an endorsement from President Trump urging her to run last week.
We do have 3 years of political leadership by Degenfelder in this state where she's led our public education system, and during that time she has backed school choice. She has voted in favor of wind leasing, saying that's free market approach by Wyoming. She really ran in part on a campaign of blocking sexually explicit books in school libraries or helping schools deal with that on their own, which she did end up doing. She did end up issuing guidance to school districts so that they could deal with that issue.
The Republican incumbent Governor Mark Gordon is at the end of his 2-term limit this year. The state has court history indicating he could get the limit overturned, but not without a legal challenge. Gordon has not announced his political intentions for the 2026 election. A young black bear has caused a stir in the Jackson area, spotted still awake and running around in January. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that a local wildlife tour guide says it's not unheard of, but the unseasonably warm weather may have confused the bear about when bedtime is.
It's more like a juvenile subadult black bear was seen kind of running around the Jackson area recently, like as recently as last week. I talked to a guy who's a wilderness guide and a photographer there, and he got some good pictures of this bear on Christmas Eve. We've had a couple articles already about how the warm weather is affecting things, and it might be keeping some bears out longer than usual. And he said because this bear, it's not a cub, it's more like just left home age. And so since it probably just separated from its mother and it's this weird warm year, he said that might factor in to why this particular bear is out running around so late.
Jeffrey Solieri told Cowboy State Daily that black bears and grizzlies typically separate from their mothers at around 2 to 3 years old. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
There's a lot of need in the world, and if you're like me, it can seem too big to make a difference. But that's why I decided to start volunteering with Mercy Shifts. Dedicating a few weeks or months of my life every year in the service of others has brought me more than I could ever imagine. Plus, I'm getting to meet people from all around the world and make lifelong friends. Hey, Michelle. And with so much to do here, there's an opportunity for everyone to make a difference.
High five.
But the best reason to volunteer is knowing that no matter what you do, you're helping change people's lives every day. Whether it's for 2 weeks, 2 months, or 2 years, when you volunteer with Mercy Ships, you'll find your purpose, your people, and your place in this world. And all you gotta do is visit mercyships.org today. I hope to see you soon.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Tuesday. Superintendent of Public Instruction Megan Degenfelder joins us. And Megan, I would say you're too young, too conservative to run for governor, but I've learned long ago to never underestimate Superintendent Degenfelder and never underestimate Wyoming. I'm full on board. I've bought in. I've been on the website. I'm excited for you. What do you think?
Well, thanks, Jake. I'm excited as well. You know, I really believe that Wyoming is ready for strong, bold, conservative leadership with the experience and the know-how to get things done. And as you know, for 6 generations, my family has been putting everything they've had into this land and into this state. And I intend to protect that. I've spent my life fighting to protect mineral industry jobs, as well as taking back education and creating government transparency. And so I think Wyoming is ready for a strong, innovative leader like myself.
And one who's rocking the H&H shotgun, I think, right? Is that a Holland and Holland?
That was a Beretta.
Okay. Whoa. All right, let's talk. I'm going to run down the bullet point of issues. I mean, if you want to learn about Megan Degenfelder campaign, there's plenty of, in fact, there's so much internet presence. I wonder how long you've been cooking it up and did not divulge to us the announcement. And I also noticed a news clip in there. You've been hanging out with Fox News. I'm jealous. I thought we had some kind of thing going, but okay. As long as you keep showing up on the Cowboy State Daily Show, that's great. Energy dominance. Let's talk about that. I mean, Wyoming is finally, for many years and in different administrations, Wyoming's been told we don't need your coal, your oil. That's all old. Energy dominance is going to be important, and there's a lot of different energies in Wyoming.
Absolutely. And Jake, you mentioned my issues. That's something really important for me. I want the Wyoming people to know where I stand on these issues and to know what I'm willing to fight for. And the first you mentioned is defending our mineral industry, really unleashing energy dominance in Wyoming. I spent my career working in the coal industry up in Gillette, and then most recently, before I was superintendent, in the oil and gas business. Wyoming, about half of the surface in the mineral estate is owned by the federal government. And so we have to have leaders in this state that are willing to fight back against the feds, make sure that Wyoming is in charge, and that we can really develop those minerals, which pay for our taxes, pay for our schools, give us jobs in this state. I'm a third generation oil and gas employee. And so that runs in my blood. And it's something that I'm very passionate about.
I think, that's pretty much a prerequisite for anybody who's going to be governor, wants to be governor. We need an ag background. You're a ranch girl. We need energy. That was your first gig out of college, I think. And we need somebody who's education. Oh, my goodness. How have you rocked that field? Let's talk education.
Yes. So you know how passionate I am about education. That's really the foundation for the success of our state. And so making sure that we are more focused on whether or not our kids can read and do math than we are about trying to push political ideologies on them, it's critical. And making sure that we're focusing on things like career and technical education that really help to prepare our students for real, actual jobs, not just a pound of debt when they get out of college. So as you know, education is a focus of mine and will continue to be.
I feel it disrespectful not to call you Superintendent Degenfelder, but when we talk on the campaign issue, I'm going to say Megan Degenfelder, if that's okay.
Hey, you can call me Megan anytime.
We're talking to Megan. Conservative family values. I want to see, so many problems, beginning with police blotter, begin with breakdown of conservative traditional family. We got to get back to family in Wyoming. Everybody does.
Absolutely. The family unit is something we have to prioritize, and we have to really bring excitement back to around what the family unit is. Wyoming people are strong, they're resilient, they're good neighbors, but they don't compromise on their values. And they need a leader who's going to have their back. Look what's happening across this country. You mentioned, look in New York City where socialism's taking over. So we have to fight to stop that at our border, never compromise on the Wyoming way of life. And I believe I have the background and experience to do that.
MeganDegenfelder.com is where you can find the whole campaign thing. Get started there. I was reading on agriculture. I was on your Facebook. There were comments on your announcement, and some folks said, well, where does she stand on property rights? People want to know that. Well, you'll be interested to know. Pro-ag, pro-property rights, which concern also water. Our Wyoming's water downstream is going to be a huge issue moving forward. Megan, talk about agriculture.
It is. So we've got to defend the agriculture industry as well. That's another one of our bedrock industries in this state. My family ranched for 6 generations in this state. And so that's deep in my core as well. Making sure that we defend our private property rights. That's core to who we are as Americans, as conservatives. The minute we start giving that up, the minute we start to lose our freedom. You mentioned water. Water is going to continue to be a significant issue for our states. And so making sure that we're defending our water, we're protecting our water from downstream states. That's going to be critical in this fight. And we know our ag producers are watching for that. And so being able to find solutions to water shortages, make sure that we protect our rights.
I like not much government. I know we need government, and we're going to have a governor just to go to all the meetings and stuff, but I don't want a lot of government, and I want to know what government's doing.
Absolutely. And this is something as superintendent I've been working hard on. We need more transparency in government. It is too difficult too often for folks to know what's going on. Look at what's going on with the SLIB board, or what curriculum's being taught in the classroom, where that money, that hard-earned taxpayer money, is going to. And so we have to do a better job of really opening up those books, making sure that it's clear to the Wyoming people. And so without going into the weeds, just know that I've been for years looking at, as I've run this agency, one of the state's largest agencies, how we create efficiencies and how we increase transparency.
Wyoming we just announced, and I congratulated Governor Gordon on the whole stable Bitcoin, digital assets. Wyoming is really a forerunner on all this techie stuff. Is that going to be a commitment of yours as governor?
Yes, digital assets has been something that I'm very supportive of. As we support and we really maintain our foundational industries in the state, it's also important that we look to be innovative. We look to the future, and we want Wyoming to be a leader in this country, not a state that just follows suit after decisions of other states. Digital assets is an area where we continue to lead, and we can do even more than what we've done so far. It's also about preparing that flow of employees, making sure that our kids are trained, they have good jobs within the digital asset sector, making sure that we're working with the UW Blockchain Center and UW College of Law to really build that pipeline of individuals that can fill that need of this industry.
Even before we talk about making healthcare affordable, and that's not going to be solved easily, we got to just make sure we have access to healthcare. Wyoming's big and rural. Healthcare issues huge.
That's right. I'm a cancer survivor myself. I lost my mother at too early of an age. And so I know too well the rural healthcare nature of our state and the fact that we often don't have access. We have got to build up access for people, even in the most rural, remote corners of this state. We have to look at transparency of what you're paying on your bills. We have to work with our insurance providers and really try to make healthcare more affordable and more accessible in the state.
Let me ask you about the Trump endorsement. Run, Megan, run. Days later, you officially launched a campaign. You had said you would strongly consider it. I think a lot of people felt it was coming. What about the timing, or what in particular about D.C.? I know President Trump may have not known who you were when you ran for superintendent of public instruction, but he knows who you are now. Did you know that was coming? How did that happen?
I was as surprised as anyone when I stepped out of an elementary school to see that post. But I'm a Trump Republican, and President Trump has really made a point to foster the next generation of conservatives to step up. He has seen what we've done in education and been impressed with how Wyoming has been a leader in the country. I believe the president likes winners, and he likes true conservatives, and that's why he's supporting me in this race.
Well, other than asking Brian, what do you think? What went into the decision making? Does it matter the timing, the announcement that, yes, I want to run for governor? Have you talked to Governor Gordon? Is there any idea he would try for a third term? Does that matter? Who else is in the race? Does that matter? Or did you just say, hey, this is what's right for Wyoming and Megan, I'm going?
Yeah, I have spoken to the governor briefly to let him know that I was running. For me, it's not about who's in this race. It's about what I can bring to the Wyoming people. I believe that they're ready for a kind of leader like me. It's time for a kind of leader like me. I put a lot of prayer into this, and my faith is number one. And if this is the path that the Lord wants for me to use my gifts to help the Wyoming people, it's always a decision with your family, with my husband. That is utmost priority to me. And so when all of those things align, it's pretty clear that it's my time to go. And so I'm not one to wait. I'm a rugby player, and so I go all in. And so that's what we're doing here.
You run this state like a rugby match, and we'll be better off. Never underestimate Wyoming. We're poised to be. We are somebody. We already know that. Megan Degenfelder is going to make sure of it in Cheyenne. Thanks so much. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Jake.
That is Superintendent of Public Instruction Megan Degenfelder officially announcing her run for office. Governor gubernatorial race is on. It is not too early, man. When you think about it, primaries are 9 months away, 11 months away from the general election. Find out more on the interwebs. Megan Degenfelder's obviously been considering this and thinking about this because there's no way you launch an internet presence in 48 hours that's this extensive and slick. MeganDegenfelder.com. Start there, learn more. We'll be back with Don Day next.
JB Hunt now has CDLA truck driving jobs in the Cheyenne area, and they're hiring Class A drivers for a local dedicated route. Drivers can make $78,000 a year and be home every night. Plus, medical benefits after 30 days on the job, also earning paid time off on your first day, and enjoy other perks like a company-matched 401k. As a company founded by a truck driver, JB Hunt is driven for you. So head to drivejbhunt.com to see the JB Hunt difference. That's drivejbhunt.com. Winter is here. Wind chills below zero, ice and snow, and the drifts. Oh, you know what it's like. But guess what? Cowboy State Daily has you covered with the most accurate and reliable forecast with meteorologist Don Day. So you know what to expect. You know the saying, if you don't like the weather in Wyoming, just wait 5 minutes. It will change. But you don't have to keep checking the skies or an app on your phone to see if it's going to rain or snow. So make sure you're getting your forecast from Cowboy State Daily's Don Day. Every day.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't remember how it started. Our back and forth. Victory. Fumble. Repeat. It always came back.
Dad! Okay, here we go, throw it! Yeah.
You probably don't remember what you told me,
That was perfect.
but I heard every word.
Nice.
Jason, let's go see your room.
What do you think? We kept it a little spare, so you can decorate it how you like.
Dinner!
Go. Excellent. Suckers. Yeah, I saw you guys out there. We're the family. Oh, I thought you were on my team.
We're back from break. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Don Day will be here with the day weather forecast. And the word of the day is Chinook. C-H-I-N-O-O-K. Chinook. Winds. We're going to find out exactly what they are and whether they're factoring into the weather right now. I don't think it's a Chinook thing, but Don will tell us, because if it is Chinook winds, it's been Chinook all winter. Don, we were going to start out with a simple question. Why so warm? That's a question we've been asking you every day, all of last month, all of this month. It's not, and it led me to think about the Chinook winds, because in my experience, Chinooks happen usually in this month, January, and usually for like 1 week or less. What is Chinook? And that's not why we're warm, is it?
No, it's part of it. No, partly it is. Chinook, for those that may not know what a Chinook is, Chinooks are when the air moves generally west to east and the air comes down and sinks off the mountain ranges. And sinking air, you compress, the air is a gas, you compress a gas, you heat it. Okay, so this is simple physics and chemistry in terms of how gases behave. So when we have a westerly flow and the air sinks, This is where the eastern side of Wyoming in particular it's a natural way to warm the air by just compression. So you can warm the air up rather significantly by just having it come downhill off the mountains. And we've had patterns this winter where the Chinook has been exacerbating the warmth, especially when, and this was really especially true in December and early January, when western Wyoming was getting snow all the time, while eastern Wyoming was warm and dry. When you add, get this, when you add moisture to the mix, when there's a lot of moisture west of the divide, that releases something that's called latent heat energy. That latent heat energy translates it to making it even warmer east of the divide when the Chinook forms. So it's been part of the equation. But again, we'll be talking about this, here for another week. It's been so warm for two reasons. The big block that we had that lasted 6 weeks from December into early January, that block has gone away. We had a little bit of winter for a week. Now we've had another big high pressure ridge come in, but it's not a block. It's got about a week left in it. It's a block, but it's not the long-term blocking pattern that we had before. So I just want to caution everybody, we got the month of February to get through. So, in my opinion, winter, the fat lady has not sung.
Winter's over, Don. I've made the declaration.
Okay. Jake has declared winter over.
Okay, yeah, so this high that's in place is significant. It is a big bully high pressure set, but not a block. It's acting more like an actual high pressure.
It's a block for a week.
Yeah.
For sure, but not a block for 6 weeks. And I guess that's the point that we're getting here too. And we're going to see a lot of Arctic air spill into the upper Midwest and Great Lakes. We talked about this yesterday. By Tuesday morning of next week, freezing temperatures to the Gulf Coast. By next Wednesday, we'll be near freezing in Tampa. So there's going to be another polar vortex in the central and eastern part of the country. But again, we'll be protected from that.
How about that? So I'm still, I had no idea weather was so complex. Just when I think I can go ahead and get a weather forecasting job, I learn how all these things you got to worry about. So in a Chinook west to east flow, let's take Buffalo, Wyoming, for example, and you got wind that runs into the Bighorns and grabs air at the top of the Bighorns, which is all snow-capped, and comes down to Buffalo with its cold air. And you're saying that's warm air?
Yeah, because the air's being compressed.
Compressed?
When's the last time you pumped up a tire with a hand pump? For a bike tire?
Yeah.
Okay. Little science experiment. I'm trying not to be Bill Nye the Science Guy, but here's a little science experiment. Take a pump, whether you're pumping up a basketball or football or a bicycle tire. After you pump it a bunch of times, feel the bottom of the pump. It'll be warm.
Compression. All right. Mind blown.
So what happens when you decompress? So what makes your freezer freeze?
Oh, I don't know. There's a compressor running in the back of it. I can hear it going.
The compressor releases the gas and the gas expands and cools. So the opposite happens when you expand the gas.
You're giving me a migraine. You're operating on a whole nother level, Don. Oh, wow. I thought weather was just like, look outside.
Trust me, you do not want my job. My job has been miserable for the last 4 months. It's been miserable.
Been totally complex.
So yeah, if you want to make an application, I'll probably hire you.
Yeah.
And we can switch.
No.
No. Okay.
No. You don't want me there either. I'm saying winter's over, January 13th. I've seen no sign of it. I'm declaring it's not here. It's not coming. It's over. But thanks, Tom.
Bye-bye.
Day weather forecast. So weird. Yeah. Compression. Well, I wouldn't have thought of that. That would not have occurred to me when it comes to weather. I'm just like, which way the wind blow? Where did it come from? Where is it going? That's my extent of weather forecasting, I think. Let's get Larry Proietti in here, and a big congrats to Larry. Larry, I don't see video on you. Is that intentional? That's fine. You're a radio guy.
Well, I'm going to have my IT guy come in here and try to get some video in.
I got an IT guy, too. Usually brings like a claw hammer and just raps on the side of that thing a couple times. Larry Proietti, you don't need to see him. You know the voice. Larry Proietti, longtime radio guy. And from what I understand, finally, Webb has decided that you got to be in that Hall of Fame. I thought you would already be in there.
It's the pinnacle of a career, Jake. You set goals when you get into this business, and I had set goals. To me, being in the Wyoming Association of Broadcasters Hall of Fame is like cherry on the top of the whipped cream. And again, Jake, and hopefully your career spans that long, and you get this opportunity down the road. One of the first people I met was Larry Proietti, one of the original first members of the Hall of Fame. Can you see us now?
I see you now. That's not Nick, is it?
No, that's my IT guy. He's out of here.
All right.
I'm shooting him out. But like I said, Larry Proietti, then you got Dave Walsh, Kevin McKinney, guys I've worked with. Most recently, you have Steve Core from Green River, Kent Smith from Wheatland. These are guys I've known for a long time. So I'm honored, and I'm really excited about this. And to quote the Four Seasons from 1962, big girls don't cry. And then there's a line in there, big girls do cry. They can change it to big guys do cry, because I'm pretty emotional about it. I'm very excited.
There can't be much in the radio business that you haven't achieved, that you haven't collected out of the trophy shelf. But yeah, let's talk about your career. The last time we had you on, I think, was about a year ago on this show. You're now, K-Ray, where we know what you do in Cheyenne, but the career went from California, Colorado, Nebraska. You've been everywhere. Tell us, I love the story of how you got started really young when you got the radio bug.
Well, let me first stop you. I want to pay you a compliment.
Oh.
And it goes back to yesterday morning. Abalone, that's what it was. My mom used to sell that at her coffee shop. We would get the fillets of this abalone. I always call it the Cadillac of clams and oysters. It was so delicious.
All right.
You could deep fry it, bread it in breading and flour, and make it like a hamburger. Lettuce, tomato, pickle, tartar sauce. If you want to throw a little lemon on it. And I'm not a big fish fan. I loved it.
I'm not big seafood, but I have the Italian heritage of full 100% mother, grandmother. There's not an Italian
abalone.
It's not an Italian dish I don't love, but I don't do that one. Interesting. Okay, I blew it.
It is a delicacy. Anyway, so my mom had a coffee shop next to a radio station.
Yeah.
Used to hang out there, KKIS 990 on the AM dial in Pittsburgh, California. Kind of like their little mascot. Going in there, and they would used to give me records, and I would flick them against the back alley wall. Oh man, I threw away so much money back in the day. But they would grab me, throw me in, do a kiddie commercial from time to time. I think I was more of a pest than anything. Didn't even give radio a second thought as I grew up. I wanted to be a professional baseball player. Went to college. I was into science. Wanted to go into chemistry at my JUCO that I was at. I ended up walking by the college radio station. I said, this reminds me of the old days. Went in there, did a little audition, and next thing you know, bingo, bango, bongo, I'm dropping chemistry and I'm into radio.
Yeah, let's talk about that sports career that very could have, should have, kind of was. You were a crafty lefty on the hill. What was your pitch, man? Did you go with heat, or did you spin it?
I had an excellent curveball, and a scout from the Oakland A's once wrote about me, saying that I had a fastball that had a good tail. So, it was one of those where I could really fool the right-handers. Lefties, I always threw a diet of curveballs all the time.
Yeah, see, you got to have everybody chasing something out of the zone. For a lefty, that would be your curveball. For a right-hander, you need a fastball that kind of tails away from them, always moving away. Yeah. Smart.
And it's amazing. Here it is in the mid 70s. I'm throwing in the 80s.
Yeah.
Early, I think I topped out at 83 miles an hour. Today, I couldn't even break a pane of glass. My elbow was kind of like shot.
Yeah. Well, now let's settle into the radio career. That's pretty cool. The Wyoming Association Broadcasters Hall of Fame. Dennis Switzer jumping in there as well. Dennis, a great voice.
Yes, he is. He's a marvelous talent up there in Douglas.
Yeah. So
and it's a nice thing too, because you look at all of the names in there. And again, I go back to some of the older guys, George K. I had the opportunity to sit next to Gene Benson, one of these earlier class announcees, where Gene was, broadcaster for the Wyoming Cowboys back in the day. Learning and hearing the stories. And again, too, you and myself, Dennis and Kent and Steve Gore, we've got all these war stories of traveling I-80, I-25 all around the state to get to our various locations to do ball games and events and what have you. And hearing it from the older guys was even funnier, too, because it was like they're trekking in, it was going to ball games in 20 feet of snow, 100 miles, that type of deal. But learned a lot from a lot of these veterans that were initially introduced into the Hall of Fame.
A lot of radio in Wyoming is time behind the windshield, that's for sure. If you're covering sporting events, Larry did that, does that. So, I mean, where are you right now, Larry? A year ago, I know we're trying to put cancer behind you, beating cancer. And then, maybe you said, I'm going to hang up the mic. I don't think you have. Have you slowed down? What are you doing in radio now?
I am a bona fide liar. That's what no.
I knew it.
What happened was I hired a gentleman to do my morning show, RJ Fox.
Okay.
RJ ended up having heart problems at around Memorial Day. And so we carried him along for a little bit. I kind of filled in. And then RJ said, I just can't do it anymore. And I said, you know what? I'm back into the routine, getting up every morning, coming down here. So I'm just going to go back on the air. We also partner, a friend of mine. We also upgraded my FM signal. So once the feds got back into business in October, we paid them the appropriate fees to upgrade and all that. So I'm into the situation now. I'm only 68. I want to see this thing through. We have been building on it, and some big things are going to happen with K-Ray too. If we can get all the building blocks to end up in the same formation, we're going to be pretty excited about it here.
Yeah, radio management and writing the checks, that's an important part of the industry. But what you do on the mic, that's where we need a Larry Proietti. I hope we never see that go away.
Well, and thank you again to you and the Cowboy State Daily for allowing me to be on this morning. To me, being inducted into the Hall of Fame, and my son will do the presentation. So I'm extremely proud of that.
Yeah.
But I checked this off the bucket list. Last year, I got the opportunity to go to my 50-year class reunion. This is the bonus on the bucket list here.
Yeah, I know you and Nick have a special bond. I've heard you call baseball games. Yeah, that is cool to see. I love that. Let's talk sports in Wyoming. What about, I know you're a little ways from Sheridan, but what about Dane Steele up there at Montana State University? Did you see him parlay the Bronx career to a Bobcat career? And how about that kid?
I like that leaping ability too. And of course, I saw what he did against Cheyenne East a couple seasons ago.
Yeah.
So, again, and again, what Jeff Meyer has done with that program up in Sheridan is just truly a big salute from me to him. He is, I saw it from the days when Bruce Keith was there, and then Don Julian, and then, of course, Jeff Meyer. And that program every year, you look at near the top of the standings, there they are.
They're doing something right. How's Cheyenne basketball looking? East, Central, South? What's the scene?
Right now, I would say the East Lady Thunderbirds are probably one of the top teams. The Central Lady Indians will be a work in progress. On the boys' side, I think the Chinese Thunderbirds need to improve a little bit in their category. Central boys, same way. South has their problems. So if I was a betting man, I would say maybe 2 out of the 6 teams may qualify for state this year. I hope they prove me wrong.
And one last thing. I
am a betting man.
And I'll bet that you're not going to retire again anytime soon. My bet is... Yeah. Let's talk about, aren't you glad to be alive in an era where we have a Josh Allen and the success story out of University of Wyoming? Could that ever happen again in today's college football, which is NIL and the transfer portal?
This NIL is, well, I'm glad that some of these athletes are getting paid, and again, it is semi-pro. Let's be real candid. It is semi-pro going to college. I disagree with how they are allowed to jump from team to team to team, or college to college. I think it should go back to the old days. You have to sit out a year.
Oh, yeah.
And that was back in the old transfer days, the old transfer portal. You transfer to a certain school, you're sitting down for a year. So I think I think that group in Kansas City, who I have very little respect for, I think they need to start clamping down on. You just can't move from Alabama to Indiana to Ohio State to Michigan in your 4-year career. If you're going to do it, you got to miss a year.
That
and
might
I think
help.
You should lose off your eligibility too.
Yeah, that might go a long way to fixing stuff. Okay, one last thing, Larry, the future of radio. Man, they pronounced radio dead when we got TV. It didn't happen. The internet didn't kill radio. Radio's still going, pivoting. Radio went on the internet when internet was supposed to kill radio. Radio's still here. It's had to make adjustments. We've had to do like podcast type things, but radio's still important, definitely in Wyoming.
Local radio.
Yeah.
And I think you can't beat local radio. I'm honored to be a local radio broadcaster because I have only local talent, Wyoming talent, like yourself on my program, or on my programming. We program here within our confines. Again, I get that opportunity to go out, meet customers or potential advertisers, shake their hand. They know who I am. I get to know who they are. And in turn, we get the opportunity to put their business on our radio station and remind people, buy, shop, eat local. And that's what I try to do. I would say, where I sit in my parking lot, my car is locally bought. A lot of my furniture at my home is locally bought. When I go to the grocery store, well, unfortunately, there's no local grocery stores anymore, but, I'll eat local. There's a couple of great places in town, and I'll throw a plug out 2 doors down where I love their hamburgers. They're the best hamburgers. Breadbasket Bakery, they make just delicious pastries. So, I always talk about them. I compliment them in my broadcast, whether I'm on the air, doing my show, or when I'm doing sports. We're thanking our customers for being sponsors. It's like, hey, I was just over at Chick-fil-A today, and had a delicious chicken sandwich, that type of deal.
Or some shellfish lunch today.
Abalone, buddy. Abalone. Make sure you use that E next time.
He's the guy behind K-Ray, KYOY, and he's just a radio legend. Now WAB has recognized Hall of Fame, Wyoming Association broadcaster. Keeping it local, Larry Proietti. Thanks, Larry.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Cowboy State Daily Show continues. Jackie Dorothy next.
News happens at any time, any place. That's why at Cowboy State Daily, we're dedicated to the stories that matter, with reporters stretching from your hometown across Wyoming and beyond. It doesn't matter if it's happening in Yellowstone, the capital in Cheyenne, or the most remote slice of Wyoming. With over 150 years of combined journalism excellence, if it affects Wyoming, it affects you, and we've got it covered. Upstream from the herd, we're Cowboy State Daily.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
You know you don't have to wear your PT gear anymore, right?
It's comfortable.
So how's civilian life treating you?
It's fine.
When I got out, I didn't want to admit that there was anything wrong because I felt like a failure. And then I realized, like, there's nothing to be ashamed of. So I started talking to someone. Maybe you are fine. But if you're not, it's okay.
Thank you.
If you or a veteran you know needs support, don't wait. Reach out. Find resources at va.gov/reach.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
Hate is loud. It gets clicks. It gets attention. Hate, however, is actually quite small. But love is the majority. Filling up something far more important than any feed. Love fills our hearts, our lives, our every day with understanding, empathy, and compassion, leaving hate to become what it truly is, a whisper.
From break, Cowboy State Daily Show. Jackie Dorothy will be here in a moment. She's got 3 stories that you've got to check out. We're going to go from one radio legend to another. Larry Proietti, just on the show. Larry will be inducted into the Wyoming Association of Broadcasters Hall of Fame. Upcoming announcement, I believe. Dennis Switzer also getting in 2025. Dennis, he's out there in Douglas, right? Calling the Douglas games. He's a living legend as well. All these, Wyoming has great radio history, radio tradition. Other than me, Wyoming's got a lot of great broadcasters. Larry Proietti, one of them, legendary. And so is this guy, Gene Baldwin, voice of the Dogies, Newcastle. And Jackie had the story catching us up with the legendary Gene Baldwin for decades calling games.
I tell you what, that's what makes Wyoming so great, is that we have this homegrown talent that just comes and shows their support year after year.
Newcastle broadcaster, he just died last month, almost got to 100. 99 years old. Fantastic. I'm going to share some photos of him. So I want to hear some of his broadcast. I would love to hear like an old tape, an old game of him calling it.
I would as well. I tell you what, it's fun to hear the different inflections, the excitement. And what was so fun about Gene is that as I dived into this story, I found out that he would just grab community members to be his color. So he'd call the game and they would be there right in the booth with him. The picture we have on there is of him and his young son sharing the booth, sharing the mic. And just a fun time it would have been.
Larry and his son Nick also share broadcasting. Yeah, that's a great idea. I might have to do that. Grab anyone to do color. Anybody's probably better than who I have now, which is the wife. I hope she's still in the shower. I love, it's a guy after my own heart, man. This is what I do, what I like to do. And
what's really cool about him is that he had just this adventurous spirit. And when they were sharing stories, when I was talking to his daughter-in-law and his son, they were talking about all the things he did. He was still driving. His mind was sharp up until 99 years old. And one of the stories they shared that I wasn't able to put in the story was that they were up Christmas tree hunting just a few years ago. And Mike said, I think Dad was just showing off, but he asked to be put in the barrel of their snowplow and hauled up because he just wanted to have that experience and just be out there living life to the fullest all the way up till 99. That's what I want to be. That's what you want to be inspired by.
Yeah, I love that. I mean, that's how you live long, man. You don't slow down. You keep going. This rancher, teacher, cowboy poet, and longtime radio broadcaster, Gene Baldwin, Weston County. If you grew up there, you know the voice. You've heard him on KASL. Is that where they are in Newcastle?
I believe so. I tell you, being a DJ is a lot of fun. It makes me miss it when I talk to people and hear that. Because I used to work for KTRZ Sunny FM here in Riverton.
Yeah.
That's where I got my start. And so it's fun to see how these people get their starts. And the fact that he was going to school to become a lawyer and it's like, this isn't for me, and switched to broadcasting. You and I can appreciate that. And I know so many more people can.
Yeah. Nice pivot, Gene. Saved yourself. Good deal. Great story, Jackie. It's warm in Thermopolis today? Well, it will be. Is it warm yet?
It is. It's in the 30s. I was watching kids walk to school with their jackets undone. And of course, the mom in me is like, zip it up, kids.
Well, kids
it's
don't even.
Cold.
Yeah. It takes a lot for kids to even put their jacket on. These kids waiting for the bus. I know.
I know. We have kids around here that'll wear shorts all the way down. It's 30 below.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. I love this dog, this old the hero dog of Fort Bridger. So this dog belonged to he was an Indian dog or he just turned up after a battle. Who is this dog?
No, it sounds like it. So they have what you call camp followers, and part of that was the dogs.
Oh,
and so they had this battle. And this guy, actually, it was rather sad. Thornburg, the original Thornburg, was in Rawlins, is where he was situated, where he was stationed, and he was getting ready to go fishing when he got a word from Crook that this agency was in trouble. There was a Ute uprising because the agent that was there was harsh and cruel to the Indians, and so they were revolting.
Yeah.
And he was sent out to take care of it and ended up getting in the crossfire. This whole battle happened, and it's in Colorado. So he leaves Wyoming, goes to Colorado, gets himself killed along with a lot of his men. And one of the survivors was this little puppy. His mom was dead, and he was beside his mom crying. So they rescued him, and he just became one of what they called a camp follower. And he went on to become this savior and beloved dog of the fort because he stopped a robbery. He did all of these great things that would have been lost to time, except they built this beautiful grave for him when he died unexpectedly. He got kicked in the head by a mule he was trying to herd. So just a great story about this dog. And about the love that not just the owner Buchanan had for him, Buck Buchanan, but what the soldiers had for this dog. And that story was preserved by this young teenager who just so happened to see the grave and said, "Who is this?"
Okay. Yeah, you see a grave and you don't. Well, this one, I mean, it has the dog. But yeah,
You look at it, there are not many dog graves, even today, that are that
No.
elaborate.
No, it's pretty
It's
nice
more elaborate than
headstone.
people.
Thornburg died September 27, 1888. Jackie Dorothy has the backstory. This famous dog that paid it forward. He paid it back. He was saved as a pup. Yeah, these are my two favorite things: history and dogs. Animals that are valued. I mean, what a cool thing.
The stories they had about this dog, like there was a knife fight, and he was because he had been stabbed, he was afraid of knives, but instead of running, he ran towards and and saved the soldier's life. They were playing faro and cards after payday. There might have been some booze involved. Other stories that were shared, here's an ironic twist, is that Buchanan, the owner, made sure his dog had this beautiful grave, and it's still preserved there at Fort Bridger. But Buchanan himself is in an unmarked pauper's grave somewhere in Salt Lake City.
Oh, that's an interesting twist. The dog. Oh, the dog's eternal rest is more heralded than the. Oh, man. Well, that's cool. Heart's in the right place. Thornburg, the hero dog of Fort Bridger. How did you find out about this, Jackie?
Well, I love old history and magazines, and I found in 1973, so it predates me, 53-year-old magazine, and they had this story. So I was like, well, is it true? I mean, they have the picture of the dog, they have the grave. So I did some digging and found the original story, and it was written by this guy that went on to become a journalist and world traveler. And when he was 15 years old, he met Buck Buchanan, who shared the entire story with him. So but thanks to this author back in 1973, which doesn't seem that long ago.
No.
The story was preserved.
How about that? All right. How about from Larry Proietti to Larry Closter? Is it Closter?
Oh, I'm bad on names. I know it's Larry. That's all I call them.
Yeah. Casper guy is using his museum quality collection of Corvettes to connect with people. How would you like a ride in a Corvette? That'd be pretty neat. Hospice patients enjoying a ride in Corvettes. He's been doing this for a few years now. Way to go, Larry.
Oh, I know. What an awesome way to use your collection.
Yeah.
He said that they had downsized. He needed a new place for his Corvette, so they built this plain garage. And before you know it, there's over 1,200 Corvette, Hot Wheels, and all sorts of collections. But the cool part is that he shares it. He has bingo night, movie night. He's had 2 funerals there, but my favorite story is definitely that he works for hospice patients. He's with them towards the end. And if they're able, he'll get them in the Corvette and take them for a spin.
I like it.
What a gift.
Yeah.
I know.
What else are you working on for the weekend? Well, it's not the weekend yet. What are you working this week?
Well, I have quite a few stories that I'm looking for. Of course, more history stories. I have one that should be coming out this weekend about Wildcat Sam. He's one of my favorites. He's a character that moved here to Thermopolis in 1914. But before that, he was everything from an Indian fighter to a recluse. The story is that he had a lost love. And so he still carried her picture around for years, and just as populations grew, he would just kind of go to where it's least populated. And in 1914, that would have been Thermopolis. But he was a teller of tall tales. People would walk into a saloon and they would know that Wildcat Sam was telling stories.
Wildcat Sam.
This story, but the story I'm sharing this weekend is a true story, and it would have been a tall tale, except we have an eyewitness who shared the story. And it's a council of wolves. So stay tuned for that one.
So occasionally Wildcat Sam, when he's holding court, might have told the truth.
It sounds like most of his stories had a kernel of truth and might have been more fact than fiction, because after he died, newspaper reporters were looking into his story and they're like, wait a second, this really happened and this happened. So he might have been just one that liked to embellish on the truth and make it more exciting.
The first telling is probably truthful. Well, by the time you've told it a bunch of times, yeah, you might add on a few exciting things. All right, well, that there's the president of the Boilers fan club. Go Boilers. That's Jackie Dorothy. Have a great Tuesday.
You as well.
Cowboy State Daily Show rolling along. What a fun hour it's been. Megan Degenfelder, top of the hour, announcing she is officially running for governor of Wyoming. Joins the list of candidates so far. We have just, I think, four official total now, and we'll take a look at that governor's race in depth, in the coming months. Just 9 months to primary. Megan Degenfelder receiving an endorsement from Trump, who posted on social, "Run, Megan, run." Megan considered it carefully for 2 days and said, "All right, I will." And she was on the show today. Larry Proietti getting inducted into the Wyoming Association of Broadcasters Hall of Fame. About time. Larry's certainly legendary in the radio biz in Wyoming. And Jackie Dorothy here. Next hour, Mark Hines, Cowboy Kevin Meyer, and Justin Farley. He's the director, president, CEO of Advanced Casper. We're going to talk about all things Casper. So, yeah, busy morning. Busy Tuesday. And more to come. We're just halfway through the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. And thank you for making us a part of your Tuesday morning routine. You hear us on radio stations syndicated throughout the state. We're on Facebook Live, X Live, YouTube channel. Make sure you subscribe while you're there. And on the home webpage, cowboystatedaily.com.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. Wyoming Superintendent of Public Instruction Megan Degenfelder on Monday announced she's running for governor. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that Degenfelder has been strongly considering the move and had received an endorsement from President Trump urging her to run last week.
We do have 3 years of political leadership by Degenfelder in this state, where she's led our public education system, and during that time she has backed school choice. She has voted in favor of wind leasing, saying that's free market approach by Wyoming. She really ran in part on a campaign of blocking sexually explicit books in school libraries or helping schools deal with that on their own, which she did end up doing.
Now, the Republican incumbent governor, Mark Gordon, is at the end of his 2-term limit this year. The state has court history indicating he could get the limit overturned, but not without a legal challenge. Wyoming senior U.S. Senator announced Monday morning that he's endorsing U.S. Representative Harriet Hageman to serve alongside him in the upper chamber. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that Senator Barrasso says Hageman is going to be terrific in the U.S. Senate, but why such an early endorsement?
I asked him, I was like, this is early. We've not had, on the state side, we've not had the legislative session yet. She doesn't really have an opponent yet. No one else has declared. Why are you so early? I asked him that point blank, and he said, look, I want to get her out there as a front runner to get this race in the bag so I can focus on trickier cases and hold the Republican majority in the Senate.
Senator John Barrasso's current counterpart in the upper chamber of Congress is Senator Cynthia Lummis, who announced December 19th that she will not seek to run for a second 6-year term. Hageman, Wyoming's lone delegate to the U.S. House of Representatives, announced 4 days later that she will run to fill Lummis's seat. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. This winter driving safety tip from WYDOT reminds you don't crowd the plow. WYDOT's plow drivers work hard every winter to make sure travelers can safely reach their destination. When you come up on a plow, slow down. Give them space. Only pass when it's safe to do so. This has been a winter safety driving tip from the Wyoming Department of Transportation.
Did you know it's illegal to dig or excavate without knowing what's below? This is Jan Warren, Executive Director for One Call of Wyoming. We will be hosting workshops around the state to educate homeowners, realtors, landscapers, underground facility owners, and excavators on the state law, industry best practices when it comes to planting a tree, building a fence, or any other excavation project you have planned. Join us for a free breakfast, get your questions answered, and learn how One Call of Wyoming is here to help. Go to onecallofwyoming.com and register today.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. A snowmobiler in the Wyoming backcountry southeast of Afton died Sunday after he and another rider triggered an avalanche that buried him about 2 feet below the surface and under his snowmobile. Cowboy State Daily's Kate Meadows reports that despite having an airbag on his snowmobile, Nicholas Bringquist of Springville, Utah was still trapped beneath the snow.
The airbag is not attached to the snowmobile. It's a piece of equipment that a rider carries, especially when in the backcountry. It is supposed to keep the rider above the surface to ride out the avalanche to keep them from getting buried. But in this case, it did not work that way. The snowmobiler was trapped under about 2 feet of snow underneath his snowmobile. It's the snow, then his snowmobile, then him. And his partner pulled him out and did perform CPR, but it was again unsuccessful.
Frank Cyrus, director of the Bridger Teton Avalanche Center, tells Cowboy State Daily that the two snowmobilers were on a steep, ungroomed slope when the avalanche was triggered at about 8,800 feet of elevation and extremely avalanche prone. The Wyoming Legislative Committee crafting a preliminary state budget voted Monday to deny the governor's almost $112 million recommendation to give state employees raises. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that the debate is not over.
So what the Judiciary Committee is doing this week is the markup. So the budget is like a train that people are putting stuff on and taking stuff off of as it winds toward the station.
Representative Trey Sherwood of Laramie says wages have not kept pace with inflation, pointing to economic data that says the state's total wage growth in the past decade was 26.7% compared to the private sector of 37.2%. And that's a look at today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
We all make choices. When it comes to alcohol, kids make choices whether to drink or not.
Bye, Dad.
Bye-bye.
Remember, I'm going to Alex's party tonight and sleeping over.
Have fun. Hey, have a seat for a second. Remind me about that party again?
Alex is just...
And adults make choices whether to talk about it. That's true of parents and every other trusted adult in a kid's life. Kids want to know our expectations when it comes to alcohol and other drugs. They want guidance and honest answers to their questions. And it makes a difference when the message is consistent and part of everyday conversations. So talk with your kids and help lead them on a positive path. Because when you talk, they hear you. For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake Tuesday. Mark Hines is here. Mark,
you got like the 80s sci-fi music going on there.
That's exactly what it is. Like synthesizer thumping.
It reminds me of like the OG Tron movie or something. Remember the cheesy special effects in those movies, and we thought they were so cool back then?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. It does. I never even thought of that. It's exactly what it sounds like.
Yeah.
All right, we got a sub-adult black bear wandering around Jackson. Not sure what month it is. He's not alone. I'm wondering if it's really January. He might have gone to dead
yeah,
now,
yeah, man. I walked I walked outside this morning to start my wife's car in my polo shirt, and I was like, "Damn, I could like this is I'm comfortable. This is crazy."
What's going on? Lions, bears, flying monkeys. January's super warm. It is a confusing time. It's a confusing time for any 3-year-old or 4-year-old black bear. Like, he's still trying to learn life without mom, and he's looking around saying there's still stuff to eat. It's not that cold. I don't know if I should be denning. He may have den now, but you found a wildlife guide who said, we've been seeing him, this bear.
Yeah, the guy's really sharp. Yeah, he knows. He's been watching those bears for a long time. He knows quite a bit. But that was pretty cool. That these. But I understand that. Well, you're in Jackson. Haven't you guys finally gotten something resembling winter, or did it warm up again?
Yeah, it's sort of winter. Yeah, it's not. Yeah, it sort of went back to winter, and we do have snow that came down and stayed because it's not. But it's still very mild. But this bear, time to go Betty bye. But it's a good reminder that, yes, I mean, even bears that den, warm weather could wake them up. All kinds of things will wake them up. You can see a bear out of hibernation anytime, any month.
Yeah. We've had a few articles about that. Bear bile, just reminding people that just because it's the middle of winter, I mean, once in a while they get them go on a walkabout. So,
okay, well, if bears are out of their den, we got a couple of guys who will wrestle them into submission. Your story, the 1950s bear researcher. What's this all about? That's cool.
That guy, he was up in the Adirondacks, East Coast, those big old burly black bears back there. But they just did things differently back then. A bucket full of ether soaked cotton, and they just stuck it over the bear's head. Yeah, that guy was great to talk to, man. He was cracking me up, some of the stories he was telling.
Wow. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the old days. I spent some time back there in the Adirondack. I never did see a black bear though, but
I've never been in Wyoming. To that part of the world. Yeah, I've heard it's beautiful. I've never been back there, but I've heard it's gorgeous back there.
Great story from Mark Hines. Learn about the 1950s when bear researchers used ether and a football player who wrestled bears. Wow. Yeah. They used to have bear wrestling at Jeeps over in I want to say it was in Lincoln County in Star Valley.
I think they still do it in Russia, but
well,
the Russians just kind of do things differently.
They do, man. Russians like Wyoming, only 40 years behind, or something. I don't know. Bear wrestling. Sub Lake County deputy busts through the ice to save mom, baby deer. People love videos. No videos go more viral than when you're saving wildlife from a winter thing, like breaking through ice. This is huge.
That was cool, and that guy was, so modest and matter of fact about it. It's like, he had, he wasn't compelled or had, that wasn't his duty to do that, but he did it because, he saw it as the right thing to do, not let those deer suffer a horrible death out there. So that was a cool story.
Yeah. Absolutely. We got a little bit of the video in the story as well. You can learn about that. I love when wildlife gets rescued like that. Ponds and lakes, we know this hasn't been a winter to freeze them over. So the wildlife can, think, hey, it's mid-January. I can walk over this pond. I always do. And maybe you can for a little while. And then,
a little bit of ice or it gives way. Yeah.
What else did you have? Oh, you had, the Big Piney Teen. Big Piney Teen donates bone marrow, save toddlers.
That was cool too.
Not a wildlife-y story. So what got you onto this?
I think one of their relatives reached out to me weeks ago about the first story. I mean, I like doing human interest feature stories. I mean,
yeah.
I don't know if I mentioned this to you before, Jake, but I wasn't always a wildlife reporter. Most of my career was actually cops and crime, and then human interest features. So. I love those kind of stories, and yeah, that's cool. I mean, most people think of their big brother as someone that beats them up, but this is a big brother who's really, stepping up to help save this kid's life. So that's cool. That he's willing to.
Yeah,
because it's not easy. I mean, I can't imagine the procedure is going to be fun at all.
No, and you shared the story of T-Rex with us before. We're big fans of T-Rex, and
yeah.
That's eye-opening to learn that bears don't always hibernate by mid-January, and it's eye-opening to know that prior to being a wildlife reporter, Mark Hines used to be a human.
I used to be I don't know if I'd go that far.
All right. Wow. That's not exaggerating.
I was something. I don't know if I was human, but
what else have you had since there was one? They got the trifecta dude. Way to go, man. Nate Miller.
Yeah, that was awesome. Yeah.
Wow.
Again, he acknowledged that he had a lot of friends and family helped him on those hunts, but still, I mean, to shoehorn that many hunts into one season and connect with all of them. That's crazy. That took some doing. I mean, drawing the tags is one thing, but then you got to get out there and fill them.
Yes. Yes. Just to draw the tags is a lifetime achievement. That's never happens to me. Nate Miller. Way to go, Nate.
Yeah, and he was talking about up there in the Snowies, my old stomping grounds before I moved to Riverton. There in the Laramie area. He's right. There is a pretty robust population of moose there, but he was picky. He waited. He passed up, I guess, numerous bulls before he finally decided to take the one that he took.
I would not have guessed that of the Snowies being moose.
Oh, no, yeah. I see them all the time when I was up there cutting firewood. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, they'd get curious. They'd come out of the woods and stare at me like, "What the hell are you doing, moron?" And I'd be like, "I don't know. I'm trying not to die over here."
What's that thing you got in your hands? Does it shoot? Oh yeah, and you're not a Husqvarna guy, right? You're a steel guy.
I got nothing. I've heard good things about them.
Yeah.
I've heard their power to weight ratio might be a little off, but no, I've got Stills and then I've got one Echo. But I don't know if my wife gives me permission to buy another chainsaw. I might buy a Husky just to check it out.
Yeah, you could try that one.
Yeah. I had a couple Poulons, which I guess is like Husky's bargain brand, and they weren't all that great. But I told you, I beat the crap out of those saws, and they wouldn't quit.
Yeah,
I mean, not the best on the performance end, but man, it just the amount of abuse, because those were the first saws I had, and so man, the amount of abuse I put those things through
that should be telling. Yeah, I like the Huskies, but it's all about the chain, man. You just got to get it sharpened. The more often you get it sharpened, the better you're gonna cut.
Yeah.
All right, buddy.
All right.
Good Tuesday to you.
All right, talk to you later.
Yes, Mark Hines, Cowboy State Daily's got some great stories regarding wildlife, certainly. And if we can call T-Rex wildlife, yes, T-Rex's battle with leukemia and his brother's gift. What a heartwarming story. Sublette County deputy who saw a deer and its fawn, a male, mule deer doe and her fawn, and Jason Overbaugh just did what he had to do, plunged into the icy New Fork River near Big Piney and rescued deer and fawn. How about that? I love when that happens. Congrats again to Nate Miller of Thermopolis. Drew the trifecta tag, Wyoming super tag, where you hunt 3 species: Rocky Mountain goat, Cyrus moose, and mountain bighorn sheep. He got all 3. Now, to get the tag for the hunting season is super hard. I mean, only one is selected in the drawing, but then the success rate of bagging all 3, and Nate did it. Way to go, Nate Miller. And the little black bear that couldn't, he couldn't hibernate. He's like, it's too warm. The little black bear is seen out walking around. We think maybe he's finally gone to den. He's finally perhaps hibernating. That bear in the Jackson area. Mark Hines had all those stories and more to come this week, I'm sure. Let's take a quick break. We'll be right back with Cowboy Kevin Meyer after this.
Let's face it, mornings are tough. Gotta get up, gotta get the kids ready, feed the dog, the cat, every other living thing in your house. Oh, get caffeinated. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of work. But you also want to be informed, catch up on what's happening in Wyoming and the world as well. Hear from the newsmakers of the day. That's why Cowboy State Daily has The Morning Show with Jake. Jake Nichols talks about the news you care about, not some ponderous, overwrought, inside the Beltway show that's syndicated out of New York or LA. You want the news that's going to affect you and your life. Jake interviews not only the newsmakers, but the deciders, the people who make the decisions for the future of Wyoming. Plus, you'll hear the stories directly from our award-winning reporters from Cowboy State Daily. So make sure you start your day off the Wyoming way with Cowboy State Daily's Morning Show with Jake Nichols. Monday through Friday, 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. Stream it on our homepage. Watch it on YouTube. Cowboy State Daily's Morning Show with Jake. Oh, and don't forget your car keys.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't think that many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer. She's on the honor roll. She's just not the type.
No way.
No way. No way.
No way, my kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
Life's daily battles are not meant to be fought alone.
We're not powerless, so long as we don't lose sight of what's important.
Don't be afraid to seize that moment to talk to your friends.
Cloud, you okay?
Because checking in on a friend can create a safe space.
The first step on our new journey. You coming?
Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Seize the awkward. It's totally worth it.
There are a lot of words I would use to describe my daughter. Kind, strong, hilarious. When I think about how much she's experienced in her life, on a journey that we're now on together as a family,
I'll make you something to eat, okay?
we can't help but be inspired by her every day.
Hey, Mom, we're about to start the movie.
Oh, yeah, I'll be right there. Okay.
So really, we're the lucky ones. Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org.
Dang it. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Kevin Meyer's with us. I'm having difficulties. I upgraded to a new operating system on the Mac, like whatever the latest, fanciest is, and like everything works different or doesn't work. First world problems, I know, when Jake can't figure out his computer, but dang. Like nothing's where I want it to be. Everything looks different. I don't deal well with change.
Yeah, and every time you get an update, whether it's on your computer or on your phone, it is like you just got a brand new device and you have to relearn it every 3 months.
Yeah. And the whole point of these upgrades, I think there's like nothing, maybe in the background, there's something that works differently, that it was so crucial I needed it. It's just to give you the impression you've got something new and shiny and different, but it's the same stuff. I just have to relearn now where it all went and how it kind of looks different. Everything's like in this bubbly, everything's a bubble. And my stupid, nothing works right. But
I'm on, I use Windows. And every time they update it, they give you this long tutorial about all these new things that you can do with your new Windows operating system. And I just keep click and skip. As long as I can still get to Google, that's all I care about. That's really all I need that computer for.
Right.
Besides this once weekly bit of time that I spend with you, that's all I need. Can I get to Google or not?
Yeah. Because you got to go buy and sell horse flesh on the interwebs.
Yeah, that's about it.
Hey, let me ask you, what's your preferred? Let's say this will never happen to you because the way you deal with horses, you got everything's papered. You know who's on top, bottom. You got lineage with your horses. I mean, these are horses that move around at 5-6 figures for Kevin Meyer. He lives in a horse world we can only dream about. Now, let's say you were like an old rancher and the rancher next to you wanted to sell you his horse. He tells you, yeah, he's a real spry 6-year-old. And boy, he looks like a 11-year-old if he's a day to you. How do you prefer to age a horse? Teeth, a temple, divot? What do you look at?
Usually the teeth, if I'm really trying to get within a couple years, I'll look at the teeth. But for the most part, you can kind of look at one and you got a pretty good idea.
Hey, have you ever heard of the swirl theory?
Yeah, the whorls? Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I thought that I went to go look at it in my notes, and now the notes isn't working. The notes is all updated. I kept a note on the whirl, like whether it's going clockwise or what it tells you about a horse. It's super interesting.
And I gotta be honest with you, even though it kind of seems like an old wives' tale, it's pretty accurate on how a horse's demeanor will be. Now, through training, you can usually change that demeanor, but when you first walk up to a horse, like a new horse we get in for training, that's one of the first things that we'll look at, and it will give kind of a guidepost to how that horse is going to react to training, at least at the beginning.
Other things that you could look at that give you an indication of what kind of horse you're dealing with if you have no previous knowledge is eyes. I mean, eyes will tell you a lot. Big, open, gentle eyes. Describe what that is. Also, wide set. I like wide set eyes. The eyes that seems close together. That's that's a suspect horse. The beady eyes. I like wide set, big, gentle eyes.
Yeah, if you have a horse that comes in with, kind of great big old round, we call them doe eyes because they kind of look like a doe deer. And for the people that don't know, it's hard to explain what a gentle eye looks like.
Yeah,
it really is, but it's just a nice, great big, and it has life in it. Then we have the other horses that we say that they're pig-eyed, and they're not really round. They're a little bit almost squinty, a little bit sunken in. And, quite frankly, it's just when you look at that horse, look at that horse's head, there is an aesthetic. And if the horse looks like he wants to be friendly and you can also tell if he's a little bit scared. If he's always showing whites around his eyes, that is the first sign with a horse that they're scared is they'll show white around the outside of their eye. And watching the eyes and the ears are real big indicators on what is going on inside a horse's mind.
Totally. I mean, the eyes are the mirror to the soul. The eyes tell you a lot about the horse. Ears are antennas. Watch the ears. I mean, that tells you pretty much the mood of a horse in any given time. And then once in a while you look at that mouth, the lips, and how they carry their lips. You know, if they're always licking, they're nervous, they're anxious. That goes for a moose and elk as well. And then a loose a lip that's like sagging, they can't keep their mouth. Like, that's always a good thing too, usually.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I have a broodmare right now that she'll actually flap her lips. Like when it's feed time, she's waiting for her grain, or if you go up to catch her, she'll actually flap those lips a little bit rather than licking them. She just bangs them together. And it's something I've never seen a horse do with such regularity. I've seen horses do it quite a bit, but that's her thing.
It's funny. Yeah, as many things as you've seen, you're like, I've seen it all. But every once in a while, you'll get something that's new to the palate. Kevin, what news are you looking at? I've been struggling with a stupid computer. I don't really have an agenda for you.
Well, I had a couple things. One of them is a story from last week, and I guess I'll start talking about this story by asking you, well, would you like to step outside, Jake?
Oh, yeah.
So
just to discuss things, you mean?
Yeah, it was funny how that came to me because I had a friend text me and said, are you going down to the meeting at the Douglas Library with the governor? And I said, well, no, I'm not. This friend of mine is very involved in politics, and she always likes to go to stuff like that. And so I completely forgot about the text. And then, about a half hour later, I get a text that says, you are not going to believe what just happened.
Whoa.
And my answer after I found out was, that's about the most Wyoming thing, throwback to the most Wyoming thing that could ever happen in Wyoming politics, is to have the governor ask the Secretary of State if they would like to go outside and, as you say, quietly discuss their differences, right?
Yeah. I think we all know what the term means. I thought it was certainly insightful and politically opportunistic for everybody involved. And we're talking about that land board meeting, the marathon meeting. I forgot that it was in Douglas, right in your neighborhood. But if Kevin's got horses to attend to, he's shoveling poop while the politicians were shoveling poop at the meeting.
Yeah, ironically, we were all doing the same job.
Horses' asses everywhere, no matter where you go in Douglas, yes. So the governor's invitation to his Secretary of State, which a more adversarial relationship I cannot recall ever in Wyoming, where a governor and the Secretary of State were at such odds. But I thought it's never a bad thing in Wyoming politics, right? To be Westerlike, to say, roll up your sleeves and say, let's go outside. That only is going. The next poll, I can imagine the governor will poll higher, better. I mean, that's always a good thing.
Yeah, I think a lot of people in Wyoming are going to respect that, but it reminds me of times I've had in my life where I have been invited to step outside, and how I always handled it was I would let the other person go first, and then I would close the door and lock it behind them.
Yeah, have fun out there. You're right.
Because how it always ends up is two guys go out into the alley and they go ahead and they have their fisticuffs, and no matter who wins or loses, nobody has changed their opinion on the subject that started the argument.
Right. Nothing's ever solved by violence, kids. I would have let it. I sooner have seen it play out there in the room. Don't worry about, well, I don't know about Christy Racines, but Megan Degenfelder wouldn't be offended by the violence. She's a rugby coach. She would probably just grab both of them by the collar and say, gentlemen, but that was very interesting.
And, if you keep it in the room, then you can follow the Marcus of Queensberry rules.
Oh, I thought,
yeah. You don't want to have a back alley brawl between the two highest officers of the state. You want to have this be civilized, correct? Give them some boxing gloves,
true,
and some mouthpieces, and let's make it a pay-per-view, and that way we might be able to get some NIL money for the football team.
Wow, you've got this all worked out. You have monetized the friction between the governor and the secretary. I like it. I like it a lot. Yeah, Robert's Rules of Order would also declare you keep it civil. You have to slap somebody with the white glove first. Then it's pistols at dawn. I don't know what Robert's Rules of Order entail as far as conflict, but it's something like that.
Yeah. The other thing that I had on my mind is, I don't know if you've seen this TV show that's on the Cowboy Channel that is about the Diamond Cross Ranch up in Moran.
Dude, where's my Diamond Cross hat? I have not seen the show, but I know of the efforts of that ranch and the Gallagher, Grant, and the Fates, and I know all the players. I know the ranch intimately. I work there all the time as a wedding DJ. I know all their horses. Yeah, what's the show about? Is it cool? Like a documentary?
Yeah, it's a documentary, and for me, it's very interesting because I've known Grant and Jane for 30 years, and I actually, when I first came to Jackson, worked for the Hatchet Ranch, which used to be part of Fates's, and so I'm every shot they have on that show, I've been there.
Yes.
So that's pretty interesting, and then seeing your friends on it, I've seen so many of my friends that are on the show, but really it's a documentary about how in this new day and age does a family ranch keep going and keep expanding to where the next generation can come back and be a part of it. And it's really interesting. It's really a piggyback off of the Yellowstone deal, but this is actual reality. So you see the actual emotions, the wins, the losses. It's really interesting. I've really enjoyed it.
Wow. It feels too close for me to watch it. Like, but I should, because I love Diamond Cross. Grant and Jane are great. I love the family. And I have watched them expand what they do and think of other avenues to generate. I mean, this is Jackson Hole. Every square foot of land is worth, whatever, and to continue ranching on it, which they do to a degree, but they've also expanded into, obviously, wedding venue. They've expanded into apparel. They got swag. I just bought a cap, even though they probably would have given me one. I actually supported the cause, got online. Diamond Cross Ranch, that's really cool. And I did read about the documentary, which is kind of like a real life Yellowstone. How do you continue to be a ranch? And even when pressures are to sell, subdivide, develop, very neat.
And the thing about it is, there's a lot of family ranches that are facing this same conundrum all across the West, but in Wyoming. But not everybody is in a spot to where they can expand the way that the Diamond Cross has, because let's face it, some ranch out in between Meeteetse and Casper is going to have a real hard time building a wedding venue, right? So their location being there in Jackson, especially where they are with their view of the Tetons, that gives them a little bit more options, but that doesn't mean that it's easy, and it doesn't mean that it's the option that they might want. And watching them have to, go through all of those decisions is pretty interesting, and I think shows a good microcosm of what the West is facing right now.
Yeah, that's true. Real life Yellowstone. If that inspired you, that had to be the thinking of the Cowboy Channel is, here's our Yellowstone, and it's actually real life. We took a ranching family generations back, Jackson Hole, where real estate is what it is. And that's pretty exciting. I have talked to them a little bit about what it's like to have the cameras around. And I remember them saying that, at first it's weird. You're doing like your everyday life and there's a camera crew there. And then kind of like The Office on TV, you forget the camera's even there eventually. They're like, and all your stuff is aired in front of the camera. That's got to be weird to sign off on that. I want editing rights going back. Like, wait a minute, did I really say that to my brother?
Yeah, and I haven't talked to any of them about it. I texted Jane Grant and told him that I'd been watching it and I enjoyed it. But I also told him, boy, I have a lot of questions. And that was one of them, is what's it like with the cameras? But the other one is, did you have full control of the editing? Because I dang sure would not want somebody else picking and choosing what I say in my daily life sometimes.
It's fun how they have marketed themselves to the U.S. and to the world. You watch who comes there. Often I'll be there setting up for a wedding, and the night before, the night after, they'll be talking about this big shoot for Vogue magazine coming, and this high profile, like they had those two models. What's the name? They were there. They've had Kanye West record release. They've had all kinds of stuff they've hosted at that ranch. They're on the map.
And somehow Grant and Jane are still the same old ranch couple that I first met, almost 30 years ago now.
Yeah, they remain pretty unaffected by all the glitz and glamour. Grant just does what he does, and he is a true modern-day horse whisperer. He employs all the things you would do as a horse trainer, as a horse tamer, and to watch him in the ring, he gives all these corporate demonstrations and shows you how so many things apply to horse training, right, Kevin, that apply to real life, the same. And that's what, Grant's always trying to show you as he talks to CEOs and all these corporate. He's like, here's what I'm doing with this horse. Here's what you could be doing with your employees. It's the same type of stuff. It's fun to watch him do his thing.
So about 7-8 years ago, he got hurt, and he had a corporate group coming in, and he and Jane had me come up and do the demonstration for him. And it's about a 7-hour drive from here to Jackson, maybe not quite 7. But the whole time I was going up there, and I do a ton of clinics, so I'm used to talking to people, but I'm teaching them about their horse. So the whole drive up there, my stomach was just in knots because I'm thinking to myself, how am I going to get through this? And I got there, and Grant kind of laid out what he wanted out of the deal, but he said, just go do whatever you want to do. And I was still nervous, but as soon as I got that horse in the pen, it all came together, because then it was just about the horse. I wasn't trying to teach them necessarily anything. What happens is the lessons that you get out of the horse are self-evident, and they will cross over to just about everything else in life, and you don't have to work at it. You just have to say what you're doing with the horse and why, and the people will pick up on how that can affect their lives. And that's the really cool thing about a horse.
Yeah, that is a huge message. That's pretty cool. It's similar to like a quarterback getting traded mid-season, and you're like, I'm so nervous to play for my new team, my new coach. I don't understand the play sheet. Like, you got to look at your wristband, like, what's that play? But as soon as you get in the huddle, as soon as you get into game action, you're like, oh yeah, I know what to do. I'm a quarterback. I know what to do. It's a horse. Very interesting, Kevin. I did not know that, and I did not know we were going there. Isn't that neat?
You bet. You bet. And what else are you going to do on a 55-degree day in middle of January in Douglas? But think about big things like this.
Dude, winter's over. Winter never came.
No, I still have green grass in my lawn, and there's a tree down the road that's starting to bud.
I wonder if you got cows out, and normally you'd, bring them in, gather them, and you got to start putting them on the hay line. You got to start feeding them. Maybe they're still out there in some places. They got to be.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of people that they might not have to feed much hay at all. Just supplement with some mineral and some protein, and if they got enough of rangeland, it's open. They can get to the grass. They're not having to worry about it.
All right, Kevin. Thanks a lot. I don't know what we got. I'll have something for you next week. I'll be ready for it.
All right. You take care, my friend.
All right, buddy. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. That's Kevin Meyer, making horse sense of the world. Cowboy Kevin Meyer out of Douglas, where it's really nice day today in the 50s. And, of course, blowing. Screw your hat down a little bit. Let's take a break. We'll be right back. I got special guest Justin Farley will be joining us. We're going to talk all things Casper after this.
JB Hunt now has CDLA truck driving jobs in the Cheyenne area, and they're hiring Class A drivers for a local dedicated route. Drivers can make $78,000 a year and be home every night. Plus, medical benefits after 30 days on the job, also earning paid time off on your first day, and enjoy other perks like a company-matched 401k. As a company founded by a truck driver, JB Hunt is driven for you. So head to drivejbhunt.com to see the JB Hunt difference. That's drivejbhunt.com. In Wyoming, you want news from folks who still shake hands and mean it. You just want the facts. That's why more Wyomingites listen to Cowboy State Daily Radio. News that doesn't bend, twist, or dance around the truth. Crisscrossing the state to cover the news the way you like it, with reporters steps away from the Capitol in Cheyenne and in your hometown. No spin, no corporate suits, no duh. Talking about your state. This is Cowboy State Daily Radio.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SEM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
I'm Chris Jakimick. I served in the United States Air Force and I deployed 3 times. So in 2017, I was serving as an Air Force First Sergeant. Our motto in that role is my job is people, everyone is my business. But unfortunately in that year, I would lose my own brother, Lance Corporal Adam Jakimick, to suicide. The majority of veteran suicides are from guns. I store my weapons securely, not only for myself, but for my family. My service never stops.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Well, the race for a U.S. House representative from Wyoming just got a little more crowded as the field includes now breaking news from Cowboy State Daily. Jillian Balo is in. That makes 3 now. Secretary of State Chuck Gray, Reed Reisner, the Casper businessman who we had on the show just yesterday, also in the race, and now former Superintendent of Public Instruction Jillian Balo, who has also been on the show. We've had them all 3 now in the race for the seat soon to be vacated by Harriet Hageman, who's made her announcement to run for U.S. Senate, received an endorsement from Senator Barrasso today. And speaking of former Superintendent of Public Instruction, or not former yet, Megan Degenfelder officially declared to us on Cowboy State Daily her run for governor. So you don't think politics are heating up in January? Man, that should be enough for you. We're going to the Zoom room, and we're going to talk to this guy. We're not going to talk politics. We're going to talk Casper. How about that? Justin Farley's with us. Are we going to say that you're... I have heard all kinds of name-calling concerning you, Justin. People calling you a lot of names. CEO, president, director. You're just the guy behind Advance Casper. What would you call yourself? What's the official title?
Oh, the official title, I think, is CEO, but I just say I'm the head of economic development for Natrona County. So the head of the organization, Advance Casper, formerly known as CADA, Casper Area Economic Development Alliance, which hopefully you understand why we changed that name.
Yeah. Advance Casper, that's the economic arm for development in Natrona County. I love the tag phrase, Natrona means business. I like that a lot. Natrona County means business. We're talking to Justin Farley. I want to hit on a few different things. Certainly, I want to get to the Radiant leaving the Radiant. Well, they never really landed uranium enrichment, nuclear projects. But first, let's talk about a whole mess of things, beginning with, the term we hear a lot today, out-migration. Challenging every county, challenging Wyoming as a state. But what is Natrona County doing to prevent out-migration, losing our kids, our best and greatest minds? I mean, we train them up, we educate them up, and then they find opportunities elsewhere. That shouldn't be.
Well, that's certainly the case. I think Natrona County bucks that trend just a little bit in that we are losing less. But as a whole, our state's aging out. And as it goes with economic development, I mean, it's proven that we can't grow organically, that we really have to look outside of our state and recruit, companies and businesses to locate here that will keep our youth, right? It's the chicken and the egg. Like, people aren't going to move here if there isn't jobs. So we need to create that atmosphere where people have that opportunity, young people in particular, so they'll come back to Wyoming or relocate here for the first time.
Justin, to me, Casper has meant for many years, decades, manufacturing, aerospace, science, stuff like that. Casper does that really well, centrally located in the state. That helps. But is that still a main thing, a main focus?
Well, most definitely. We have a very talented manufacturing base here that grew up around energy development. I listened to Megan earlier in your interview and talking about, standing up for those minerals. I think, that nuclear side of it, the uranium needs to be included in that conversation as far as diversifying our energy, right? So that's what attracted a lot of these companies here to initially, specifically Radiant, was our labor. We build really big, cool stuff and do it for the world. So, that's very unique to us.
It's what initially attracted Radiant. They said, we want to be in Natrona County. We want to be in Wyoming because they get it. They do it. They work. No state works like us. And in Natrona County, they get energy. That's why we want to be here. Your blog, I was reading the blog on the website, advancecasper.com. The blog says growth now, not later. The cost of waiting. It sounds an awful lot like the hemming and hawing over the Radiant and uranium enrichment. Was that a lost opportunity? Could there be more down the road?
It was very much a lost opportunity. Again, from a state perspective, it's not very often that you have the opportunity to own an entire supply chain in energy development. So we have the uranium in the ground. Yes, there's continued conversations with the processes of like enrichment or refinement that goes along with that. And then I know WBXT is talking in Gillette area about making the fuel itself, the triso fuel. And then Radiant would have been an end user to that. So, you had it from birth to the end. We used the potential of using Wyoming uranium all the way through that process. All those jobs stay in Wyoming, and then make the fuel that the market is going to use in the future for commercialized nuclear activities, right?
Yeah, the Gates Power Plant, TerraPower in Uintah County. We've seen other counties along Interstate 80 where the infrastructure exists that are well poised to be data center farms and help us in the AI race. And it just seemed natural that Natrona County should be energy, man. This whole uranium enrichment and nuclear. I hope there's another opportunity down the road. Is there anything you see that could be coming that this time around we could jump on? Justin Farley, we're talking to him, CEO of Advanced Casper.
Yeah, there are going to be opportunities. Again, from what I'm experiencing right now, we were having those conversations alongside of Radiant when they were looking at moving to this area. And a lot of them have kind of gotten back on the fence after watching that process, because we've kind of demonstrated a political risk as a state to some of those companies. And you had talked again about this earlier about private property rights, and they needed a change in state law. Just a few words changed to in addition to how the Natrium project is going, right? They're allowed to store their nuclear waste on site. Because the NRC makes them do that, right? As part of that agreement. They don't want everybody running around with uranium spent or otherwise. So we've demonstrated as a state that there is some of that political risk out there. The companies that we're talking to now, we're just not going to ask permission. It's going to be private property rights. Businesses have rights, individuals have rights, and it's just, we're going to have to go forward and do it. And that's kind of the mentality now, and part of that campaign of, Natrona County means business is like, just get that aside. That's what we are here to do. And that's what the majority of our community is about.
That's what the word is from Advanced Casper and Justin Farley. Natrona County means business. Maybe, Justin, the whole Radiant bypassing bar none, maybe that was similar to when you have a bill introduced in Cheyenne and it doesn't pass first time around, or it doesn't have time to get looked at. Maybe this was a toe in the water moment that had to happen for Natrona County. The public got up to speed on what nuclear is, how you store the waste. It was very informational. It was a lost opportunity, yes, but maybe we got educated, and the next time around we'll be able to strike quicker.
I think that's a great perspective. I hope you're right. But I do feel like that the conversation started, and a lot of people got educated on what this whole thing's going to look like going into the future, and whether or not we're going to be a big part of that, that remains to be seen. But that's been the lion's share of my job lately is that recruitment. And thankfully, people are interested in coming to Wyoming, and we want to tell our story and bring the right companies here. Right.
Between Logan Wilson, our favorite linebacker, and the efforts to promote tourism in the Casper area have been very successful. The numbers are showing it. The metrics are showing it. Does that also translate to what you're doing at Advanced Casper? Come visit Casper and then come live in Casper and do business in Casper. Does it all work hand in hand?
Absolutely. Right. So you don't uproot your family and company and just drop into a community. You logically would come visit that place to see if it's a good fit. And then as those tourists come by, a certain percentage of those people, hopefully a large percentage of them, have a great time. They love the area. And then a certain percentage of that group thinks, what would it look like if I moved here? And then that's where we would step in. And I think as a community also, back to your point about retaining the younger people, like we've had some development and investment in our downtown area that's kind of positioning Casper as being that like an urban experience for our young people, like a Lodo was back in the 90s in Colorado, which nobody can afford now, but maybe we'll be the affordable urban option for our Wyoming kids, and that would be an attraction.
It's interesting you say that. I'm feeling that too, a resurgence in downtown, and that means like restaurants opening up, like really local stuff opening up in the core downtown Casper. I'm feeling that as well. Let's talk one last thing, Justin, about diversification. Wyoming has been boom bust for decades, and not more so than Natrona County. I mean, boom bust with energy. It doesn't have to be that way. Diversification, other opportunities. Casper breeds entrepreneurship, startups, innovation. There's other things going on in Natrona County and in Casper.
Yeah, we Advanced Casper hosts the Startup Challenge. We impact at the university level went away, and so we've taken that all on. We also participate in an angel investment group, the Breakthrough 307. So yes, we try to nurture that entrepreneurism. We've also diversified our economy through recruitment. We've had several new companies come in. Scottsdale Mint, Wyoming Reserve is here. That's completely such a great new business. We've had my buddy Lewis that came out of Oregon, that he builds big stuff for the wastewater treatment. We've got Pieta, which is a firearms company out of Italy that's going to use our foreign trade zone that we're working on right now as their distribution hub in Wyoming. So we're trying to bring those other entities in that, hey, we'll welcome energy development, but it's not my position to recruit over the top of our existing companies. So yeah, we feel like there's a lot of opportunity out there in different areas. And I hope that whomever the new governor is, Megan or whoever, becomes our economic development advocate for the Wyoming. Governor Gordon has done that to a degree at the SHOT Show and things of that nature, just introducing our community, introducing our state to the rest of the world, I think is super important.
Well, you're certainly doing that on behalf of Casper and Natrona County. Justin Farley, CEO, Advanced Casper. Find them on the internets at advancedcasper.com. Learn more there. And we are all pro Casper, except for this weekend. Natrona County and Kelly Walsh are coming to Jackson to play us in basketball. So we'll see how it goes.
Good luck. And thank you for the time and everything you do.
You bet. Thanks for everything you're doing. Thanks, Justin. Cowboy State Daily is Justin Farley, advancedcasper.com. Find out more why Casper's maybe the place you need to be. Economic development going on, entrepreneurship, energy. Why Casper? Why indeed? I got my sights set on next hour, the final hour of the show. Renee Jean will be here as usual. We'll talk about Renee stuff. And Cyrus Western is going to come on. We're going to talk coal and EPA. Cyrus is in the news, in headlines. First, we got to ask him, how's the new gig? It's not long that he's been in that. Last time you caught up with Cyrus Western, he was representing Sheridan County, right? Well, he's now EPA. So, yeah, that'll be a fun chat. Right now, we're out of time for this hour. Cowboy State Daily Show continues. More to come. Stick around.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. The Trump administration's EPA has finalized its rejection of closing a coal-fired power plant in Colorado, drawing sharp criticism from environmental and health groups. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that the decision extends the life of a plant that burns Wyoming coal.
Administrator Cyrus Western, who's a former Sheridan legislator. He runs the office for the EPA out of Denver, looks over about 8 states, I think. He says this is just another way that the Trump administration is trying to end the war on coal, that he says it's a false choice that we've been presented, that you can have public health or you can have electricity generated by coal.
At the heart of the decision is the Ray D. Nixon power plant, which serves Colorado Springs and has burned Wyoming Powder River Basin coal since 2003. The woman accused of absconding with her son from Wyoming, then killing the 11-month-old when authorities caught up with her, wants out of jail. But Cowboy State Daily's Jen Coker reports that 35-year-old Madeline Daly will remain locked up in New Mexico as she faces a first-degree murder charge.
It was a custody hearing Monday afternoon in Grant County to determine whether she would remain incarcerated leading up to her criminal proceedings, which are still in the process. And the judge said, absolutely not. We are keeping you in jail. And her attorney was inaudible, unfortunately, on the meeting, so it was unclear what he was saying, what argument he was making. But the DA countered by saying these charges are egregious.
Daly allegedly shot and killed her son back in December rather than ceding custody to the biological father in compliance with a court order when she was confronted by New Mexico authorities in an RV park. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. This winter driving safety tip from WYDOT reminds you don't crowd the plow. WYDOT's plow drivers work hard every winter to make sure travelers can safely reach their destination. When you come up on a plow, slow down. Give them space. Only pass when it's safe to do so. This has been a winter safety driving tip from the Wyoming Department of Transportation.
Did you know it's illegal to dig or excavate without knowing what's below? This is Jan Warren, Executive Director for One Call of Wyoming. We will be hosting workshops around the state to educate homeowners, realtors, landscapers, underground facility owners, and excavators on the state law, industry best practices when it comes to planting a tree, building a fence, or any other excavation project you have planned. Join us for a free breakfast, get your questions answered, and learn how One Call of Wyoming is here to help. Go to onecallofwyoming.com and register today.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. Wyoming Superintendent of Public Instruction Megan Degenfelder on Monday announced she's running for governor. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that Degenfelder has been strongly considering the move and had received an endorsement from President Trump urging her to run last week.
We do have 3 years of political leadership by Degenfelder in this state where she's led our public education system, and during that time she has backed school choice. She has voted in favor of wind leasing, saying that's free market approach by Wyoming. She really ran in part on a campaign of blocking sexually explicit books in school libraries or helping schools deal with that on their own, which she did end up doing. She did end up issuing guidance to school districts so that they could deal with that issue.
The Republican incumbent Governor Mark Gordon is at the end of his 2-term limit this year. The state has court history indicating he could get the limit overturned, but not without a legal challenge. Gordon has not announced his political intentions for the 2026 election. A young black bear has caused a stir in the Jackson area, spotted still awake and running around in January. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that a local wildlife tour guide says it's not unheard of, but the unseasonably warm weather may have confused the bear about when bedtime is.
It's more like a juvenile subadult black bear was seen kind of running around the Jackson area recently, like as recently as last week. I talked to a guy who's a wilderness guide and a photographer there, and he got some good pictures of this bear on Christmas Eve. We've had a couple articles already about how the warm weather is affecting things, and it might be keeping some bears out longer than usual. And he said because this bear, it's not a cub, it's more like just left home age. And so since it probably just separated from its mother and it's this weird warm year, he said that might factor in to why this particular bear is out running around so late.
Jeffrey Solieri told Cowboy State Daily that black bears and grizzlies typically separate from their mothers at around 2 to 3 years old. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
Breathe. Love what you do and you've already won, my parents used to say. My parents whose smiles were my first finish line, who championed respect, whose resilience built mine. Even more than I wanted a gold medal, I wanted a heart of gold, like the mentors who were my balance beams refusing to let me down, and the coaches who spoke out to anything out of bounds. Heroes who never stood on podiums, but stood up for me. Every shot I made, Give the assist to those who since my youth were referees, ready to blow the whistle and end abuse.
Yeah! Tuesday, Cowboy State Daily Show, final hour. And this is funny. I'm sorry, but I see the humor in it. This is funny. Nothing about the Minneapolis shooting of Renee Good obviously is funny. The ICE operations there, just indications every day, photos and videos every day from ICE presence in Minneapolis. That's just an awful reminder that this is a country divided, and I hate to see that. But I do find the humor in almost everything. And I saw this photo yesterday or the day before, and I'll share it. It showed, if you've seen the video or the photo, one of the ICE officers is running to something, and he slips on the ice and goes down. And anybody in Wyoming, man, we sympathize, right? I mean, ice, whoop, and you see his feet go out from under him, and he slides. And I love what has become the meme, ICE, as in immigration, the immigration department. ICE, 47 days of training. ICE, as in frozen water, millions of years of training. Yeah, who wins, ICE or ICE, when the two meet? I thought it was funny, but I think almost everything's funny, except for Renee Jean, who I hope is joining us. She's serious and sometimes funny, I guess we could say that. Let's get her some play-in music here. We welcome in our next guest. We got Renee. I should have a way that our guests can come in and I can stand up from behind the desk and give you a air kiss on both cheeks, and we can sit you down and just discuss news of the day. It's Renee Jean.
Getting fancy there, Jake.
Yeah, we're trying to get fancy. So, let's see. Where are we? Do you have any idea? This is not Wyoming news, but it could have Wyoming implications. This idea that Netflix would buy Warner Brothers and therefore the whole back catalog. They're not the only players in it. There could be some, challenges to monopoly. Maybe Trump would have to sign off, Department of Justice. It gets messy, but if Netflix could buy Warner Brothers, what could it mean for Longmire episodes? I miss Longmire.
Yeah. Yeah, twice now, different networks tried to buy Longmire from Warner Brothers to build on this universe and make more episodes. And both times it fell apart. Warner Brothers said, no way, we're giving up our slice of this pie. And so, Longmire got canceled twice because basically it was a victim of its own success. It seems weird to me, but that's what happened. Well, so now flash forward, about 10 years. I think it was 10 years ago that Netflix tried to do that. Yeah. And Netflix is trying to buy Warner Brothers in its entirety.
Right.
And so, Longmire is part of that catalog that they would then own, this property that they had tried to buy 8-10 years ago. Whether that translates into Longmire episodes, I don't know. Time and logistics here are working against new episodes of this particular series because those actors have they've been aging. They're getting older.
Which we've seen in Stranger Things, it can be accommodated if you're young, but if you're the guy who plays Longmire, he's getting long in the tooth.
Well, and Ruby, her comment was they got to hurry up before Ruby dies. So, I don't know. There are, as you mentioned, there are ways to accommodate that. Perhaps it's a new cast that may not go over well with fans. I don't know. But it's interesting. It would remove one of the major obstacles was just the crazy intellectual rights pathway. Warner Brothers owned it. A&E produced like 3 seasons, and then Netflix went on to produce 3 seasons under a licensing arrangement. With that obstacle removed, and that was such a popular program. I mean, even when they weren't producing new episodes, it's been 8 years since there were any new episodes, 8, 9 years. And yet people were still watching this program on Netflix, and it was still trending, in the top 10 of some of its categories right up until the very end when I guess the contract finally ran out. Paramount Plus now has that program. They are streaming it. And so the eyeballs haven't stopped. They've just had to go to a different streaming service to watch Longmire episodes.
Yeah, that's a good reminder in the Renee Jean story, which is Netflix deal to buy Warner Brothers could open the door to more Longmire episodes. A good reminder that the show didn't go away because nobody was watching it. Very often, popular shows go away because of other stupid things.
Yeah, it seems unfathomable to me that something that was collecting 8-9 million eyeballs a night would just be canceled over these kind of things. But, A&E decided to move forward with other projects that it could own. Having to revenue share with Warner Brothers wasn't palatable for whatever reason. They decided that program wasn't worth it for them.
That's what happens when you leave suits and ties in charge of things. This sounds like it needs Walt Longmire on the job, or at least Craig Johnson. Yeah.
Right.
All right. So your story about New York City, there's a group trying to pass these anti-rodeo laws that would pretty much kill rodeo. We're talking about what aspects of rodeo does this group not like? Who is this group? What's going on in New York City and rodeo?
Animal rights groups have been after rodeo forever. So this is just something that pops up every now and then. And New York wouldn't be the first state to kind of pass some anti-rodeo laws aimed at basically restricting or prohibiting rodeo in general. These in New York, the proposal was to do away with flank straps, do away with calf and steer calf roping, do away with electric prods. And, the folks I talk to here in Wyoming say they feel like those are all driven by misinformation that's being promulgated by animal rights groups. Like, for instance, saying that flank straps are applied tightly and are uncomfortable and are even sometimes put around the groin area. These things are not true. If you put flank straps on tightly, if you make them uncomfortable, the end result of that is the animal is just going to stand there and he's not going to perform. He's not going to buck because he's uncomfortable. So, pain and fear are like the two worst things you could possibly do if you want these animals to perform. They do not perform that way. And that's one of the biggest misinformation that these groups are promoting, according to the Wyoming cowboys that I talked to about it. The flank straps are put on very loosely. In fact, so loosely they would almost fall off. Their purpose isn't to cause bucking so much as kind of change the way they buck and add a little kick, because the animal's kind of trying to fling that flank strap off. They don't want that flank strap on. It is irritating, but it's not painful. It just, it's kind of like if you have hair in your face or something, you're going to flick that away, because it's bugging you a little
just
bit.
enhances the bucking. I mean, the bottom line is livestock that's in, these bucking, whether it's bull or saddle bronc or bareback. I mean, they're athletes. They're trained to do that. They're bred to do this. I mean, there's breeding programs, training programs. There's veterinarian care, great feed. There's chiropractors and acupuncturists. I mean, they are
Massage
athletes,
therapists.
right? They're athletes in every sense of the word. I like that there's animal activists and groups that are looking out for the rights of animals. They can't speak for themselves, but I wish they would get more informed, spend a little time at an actual rodeo or with rodeo people and understand more of what's going on.
And, I think it's kind of letting this misinformation stand about these things. It's kind of like that derelict building where a window gets broken out, some graffiti gets on there. One time it doesn't seem like a big deal, but it just attracts more of the same. And so, I think that's part of the idea behind the article is just to say, hey, look, what they're saying about this, it's just not true.
Yeah, you throw one rock at rodeo, that's okay, but pretty soon everybody's throwing rocks and the building doesn't look so good anymore.
Yeah, exactly.
Good point, Renee. Yes, and so closer to home, this is going on obviously in New York City, and we've seen this go on all over the place. Closer to home, I don't know, Renee, was your story, but it concerns rodeo, and that's PETA asking that perhaps Wyoming should consider an opt-out for the license plate if you don't care for the bucking bronco. If you think that's cruel treatment to an animal, you can say, I want a license plate without without Steamboat. And Wyoming lawmakers just kind of doubled down and said, okay, how about this? And they introduced a rodeo novelty plate, which I would consider getting that. It's pretty cool.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what PETA was thinking there. I'm not even going to try to guess, but, read the room, right?
Read the room.
I mean, if you're an activist, you got to read the room. You got to figure out what's possible and what's going to just make you look stupid.
Cheyenne's Atlas Theater. What's going on with this place? Great historical joint, 139-year-old Atlas Theater. It needs a lot of work. Can we get it back up and running?
Well, I just think the Atlas Theater is one of the coolest history spots in the state.
Yeah.
It's a great spot for tourism. This is older than the state of Wyoming. Atlas Theater.
Yeah.
Up with Cheyenne as a railroad town, but the Magic City on the Plains is what it was called then, and it was because of things like the Atlas Theater. If you look in the back, the alley back there is wider, and that was so that the trains could roll right up to the Atlas Theater, and the vaudeville actors and actresses and their equipment and their band and their sets and their bands could all just disembark from the train directly in the theater. That is part of its history. I think it's exciting history. Maybe that part of the history isn't told enough. I'm told, and I'm going to work on a story about this maybe next week, but I'm told that they've been finding interesting things in the walls as they're doing this renovation. So I think that's kind of fun to look at. And just, 139-year-old building. Come on, it's got to be, I don't know if it's the oldest building in the U.S., but it's got to be up there with them. In America, we kind of tend to bulldoze old things and build new, right?
Yeah.
So we don't always have all these historical buildings hanging around. They're really special to me, they're really special when they're this old and somebody cares enough about them to save them.
You're right. We don't, Wyoming isn't old enough to have old buildings like Philadelphia or New York or Boston. Right. And then we don't appreciate them. Yeah, we're just all about new. Let's scrape that. I love the idea of saving it. Are we just putting lipstick on a pig? Like, can we really, is there enough there structurally sound that the work we can do it?
The thing here is back then they used a hanging, they hung the floors off of the roof. It wasn't a bad design or anything. It's just that over the years, other people came in and did changes to the building that maybe didn't recognize that different construction and put too much weight on it. People assumed maybe how the building was constructed and didn't really know in some of these subsequent architectural changes. Like, for instance, there were holes cut in one wall that weakened the whole structure. And so, what they've done here is, it's not sexy. When you go to the Atlas Theater, you're not going to notice big changes. What they've done is they've done this interior work that's hidden. The stuff that's hidden that you don't see that supports the building and gives it strength, the steel columns, the steel girders, the steel plates that have been added to that wall that was cut to make sure that those columns are going to stand another 139 years. But I mean, the architects have looked at it, the structural engineers have looked at it. It is a very solid building. Once they make these changes, it will be even more solid to last for another 139 years.
I like that idea. We're talking to Renee Jean, Cowboy State Daily. One last story introduces to this UPS driver who is hoping to raise money to help senior citizens pay for pet vaccinations outside of Wyoming as well. He's got a dog calendar. Who is this guy?
Well, he's been delivering for Happy Valley, I think, for like 30 years or something. He's getting ready to retire. But so when he was part of the military, one of the things that they did quite often were nonprofit efforts. And so, that was just a tradition with him that he carried on. And his charity of choice is to help senior citizens afford their pets, because he remembers when he was a kid, his grandmother saying, "Oh, look at this bill. We can't afford it. What are we going to do?" And that ended up, they set up payment plans with the vet. But he didn't want senior citizens who are on a fixed income like that to face that kind of, do they have to get rid of their pets now because they've gotten older and they're not able to work anymore? And so he started this little charity. Initially, it was a biscuit and gravy fundraiser. He got $1 off of every biscuit and gravy he sold at this little coffee shop in Colorado. He lives in Colorado, but works in Wyoming. But COVID happened, and that just completely upended his nonprofit business model. So, he's trying to figure out what else to do. One of his customers had this idea to put this calendar together. And what they do is I just think it's cool. They feature all these different dogs in the community, the celebrity dogs of Happy Valley. There's this little 1 foot tall, you see a picture of him with the story, 1 foot tall, like 1 foot long, and he herds cattle.
Yeah.
Pound dog out there bossing the 1,500-pound animals around. What a superstar. Or like Clyde, I call him the wonder dog. His superpower is just looking so dark, stinking cute. Sticks his head through a box for the kissing booth,
Oh, yeah. Let me show Clyde the two different color eyes. What do they call that when you have two different color eyes? I
have no idea. Right off the top of my head, I have to look that up.
He is cute. Who wouldn't want a big sloppy wet kiss from Clyde?
I know, right?
Oh man, that's cool. That's a great story.
I love it when we take something ordinary and we use it and show how it can be extraordinary. And I think this is a story that does that. It wasn't my most read story necessarily, but the feedback I've gotten from the people who did read it has been really good.
Excellent. I love it. Thank you, Renee. Have a great Tuesday.
See ya.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Renee. Let's take a break. Cyrus Western next.
Welcome to The Jake Show on Cowboy State Daily, Wyoming's daily dose of raw, unfiltered, and occasionally uncomfortable truth.
I don't do talking points. I do reality.
No spin, no fluff, just Jake. Local issues, national nonsense, and zero BS. It's truth, sarcasm, and grit, shaken, not stirred.
I just call it like I see it, and I see a lot of Let's just say I see a lot.
From the Capitol to the county fair, if it matters to Wyoming, Jake's got something to say, and he's not asking permission.
The West was built by people who weren't afraid to speak up. I'm just keeping the tradition alive.
The Jake Show, weekdays on cowboystatedaily.com and wherever you get your dose of reality.
Not for the easily rattled, perfect for everyone else.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming, with a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven. Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
All right, look at you taking the stairs. Who are you?
We're your lungs. We are proud of you for quitting smoking, but you still may be at risk for lung cancer.
A routine cancer scan can detect it early when it's more curable. Good to know. Well, I gotta go somewhere.
So do we.
So do we.
Listen to your lungs. Get a routine screening that could save your life. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savedbythescan.org.
I think I finally found.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, Mason.
Hey, Mason.
Got a new house. It's looking pretty cool so far. A place that I call home.
I'm teaching Louise how to cook some lasagna.
It only takes a spark to make a fire start.
Thank you.
Study, please.
I think I finally found a place to make my own. A place that I call home. This place that I call home.
Yeah, we're back from break. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake and with Cyrus. Cyrus Western joins us now. The new gig, EPA Region 8 Administrator. That puts him the boss over Colorado, Montana, the Dakotas, Wyoming, and 28 tribal nations. How about that? Last time we saw you, Cyrus, you were a Wyoming legislature in the House HD 51, Sheridan County.
Yep.
How do you like the gig?
I really appreciate that. And I appreciate, just what you're doing and all the effort that I think Cowboy State Daily puts out there. You guys are the top source, and I really appreciate your dedication to covering all things Wyoming.
Oh, shucks. We're just, you're the newsmaker. We're just following along.
Hey, it's a grind, man. Being a journalist is tough. You could be in the middle of a vacation, a story breaks, and you got to pull up and get at it. So I appreciate that.
Thank you.
No, it's a great gig. When you get an opportunity to go work for the president, you got to say yes. And so that was exactly what happened. President Trump has an excellent agenda, and so does Administrator Zeldin, and kind of putting regulations back, and I think in a more reasonable place. Because not to kind of get too wonky here, but the big picture was there has been this, for the last 20 years, these continual regulations that have come along and become more stringent and more tight and more severe. And so I think that was one of the reasons I really jumped at the job, was because this is an opportunity to right-size some of these regulations that, and from an empirical standpoint, have been hurting Wyoming, have been hurting middle-class Wyoming. And so that was an opportunity I couldn't say no to. So it's been a huge challenge. There's a lot of problems to solve, but it's been incredibly rewarding to help the administrator and to help the president implement their agenda. So I'm incredibly grateful, and it's been an awesome opportunity, and we're getting stuff done. We're delivering results. So
yeah. I mean, it wasn't that long ago. We had an end date for coal in the Powder River Basin. We knew what the date was, and that was going to be the end. Now we see life after. I love that buzzword now, right size. That does feel like what it is. Let's go to Colorado with the reason you're in the news. Again, the EPA, Trump's EPA rejects closure of Colorado power plant. This power plant was scheduled also for decommissioning, the end life, the Ray D. Nixon. How does the EPA say, I mean, you don't go to the power plant and say, you guys have to stay open. How does it work? I don't know.
Well, I tried that as well, and they were very receptive. But from a legal perspective, you know, I mean, not to avoid getting too wonky, but at a high level is the Clean Air Act, which was passed originally back in the 70s, has a great intent, right? Everybody wants clean air, right? Less pollution. That's just good, regardless of whether you're right, left, wherever you're at. We all want clean water, clean air, clean soil, all that good stuff. And so the Clean Air Act was passed. It is the law of the land. And it basically lays out all these regulations to ensure that there is clean air. So I think the intent is great, but unfortunately, it is a piece of legislation that I would argue has been used from a political motivation perspective to seek some of these political agendas. So obviously, you saw in the previous administration, they were flat out fighting to put some of these coal burning power plants out of business and shut them down, and they were using the Clean Air Act to do so. And some of the mechanisms, the levers, if you will, that are in the Clean Air Act. And that's where I think Administrator Zeldin and President Trump have laid out a vision and started to execute on that and saying, actually, no, we're going to follow the letter of the law. So what happened is that they were going to use the Clean Air Act to say, okay, and this is 3 or 4 years ago, under the previous administration, they said, we're going to put a date in law to shut you guys down. What we did is we came along and we said, okay, this was in this particular mechanism of the Clean Air Act, this closure, this shutdown. We identified it and said, no, this is not acceptable. There are still decades of useful life left on this unit. And so we're going to follow the law and follow the intent and the letter of the Clean Air Act. So actually, they can meet all their emission standards and keep these plants open. And so Colorado is saying, hey, we want to use the authority of the federal government, the authority of the Clean Air Act to shut this facility down. And that's what made all the news was they petitioned us and we said, no, we're going to deny your petition. You cannot use the federal law, the Clean Air Act, to shut this down. And so that's at a high level is what happened.
We're talking to Cyrus Western, EPA Region 8 Administrator. Yes, we have seen the Clean Air Act get so-called weaponized or become a political football at times. Now, how does, California interpreted the Clean Air Act to do stuff with emissions. How does each state get to do things on their own? How does Colorado say the Clean Air Act means we need to shut down that coal plant? Does each state get to interpret it?
That's exactly right. Each state has to put forward, not to use kind of wonky terminology, but this is called a state implementation plan. And it's basically the state saying, okay, we are going to give the feds this plan of how we're going to regulate some of these what are called criteria pollutants, right? So, whether it's benzene, whether it's toluene, whether it's, sulfuric dioxide or, NOx or SOx or any of these kind of emissions that are toxic, right? They submit these plans saying, okay, some of these sources do emit these pollutants, and this is how we're going to regulate them. It's a process that's been going on since the Clean Air Act came into law back in the 70s. To your point, though, what you have seen in recent decades is some of these left-leaning states, Colorado, California, et cetera, say we are going to use these mechanisms in the Clean Air Act to go after industry and go well beyond ensuring that there's clean air. And I think there's a distinction I want to make here. I think that's really important. These environmental groups, and credit where credit's due, they did a very good job as framing the narrative in the court of public opinion as these fossil fuel sources are inherently dirty, and if you support them, that means you don't support clean air. That the only way to get clean air is to eliminate these sources. eliminate oil and gas, eliminate coal, and all of the other mining that happens. And that's fundamentally not true. And so I think what you saw come out here is that environmental groups are saying, well, Cyrus, Administrator Zeldin, President Trump, they want dirty air. And that is just not true. I think that the thing in all this is that Colorado did not have to shut down all of these coal-fired power generation units to meet the standard, to be compliant with the Clean Air Act. Meaning basically what they're saying is they can keep these facilities open and be compliant and guarantee clean air for all folks in Colorado. And I think, again, the nexus here is that facility down in Colorado Springs, they buy all of their coal, millions of tons, from mines in the Powder River Basin in Wyoming. And so that's a big deal. If one of your biggest customers all of a sudden shuts down or goes away, that's bad news. And that's what we were out to stop.
These environmental groups, these NGOs, they have their purpose. And as you said, Cyrus, we all want clean air, clean water. That's for sure.
Absolutely.
But yes, they do tend to couch their argument in a black and white. It's all or nothing. It's one or the other. It's anything that makes an emission is bad, coal, bad. And they also tend to call the legacy energies, coal, oil, and gas, as old. You got to get out with the old and get in with the new. That's their narrative. Meanwhile, your job is not to just shut down everything that makes smoke. You're balancing environmental protection with affordability, with jobs, with other concerns. Are there different degrees of coal plants? Let me ask you, this one in particular, the Ray Nixon power plant. Are there some that just their technology is so old? Yeah, maybe you do want to shut them down. Are there others that are high tech? They're doing it in a different way, right way?
Yeah. No, I think that's a great question. And the technology of 60, 70 years ago, sure, there's lots of room for improvement, right? But the good news is that there have been improvements and a lot. And I think that was part of the whole conversation that was never had over the last 20 years when people have just been going after coal nonstop and extractives in general was, hey, is it even possible for us to continue to use these fuel sources and all the great jobs that they bring and have clean air and a clean environment? And the answer is yes. And I think that was part of the conversation that was never had in the first place. So to your question, we absolutely can require and do require some of these power stations. Hey, you need to have the best catalytic converters installed on these to really reduce these emissions. And it's worked. If you go back and you look at the data, if you look at, say, the emissions numbers from the mid-90s, and you look at some of these power generation stations and all the millions and the billions they've invested to burning fuel more cleanly, you will see these emissions have continually gone down over time because they have installed some of this new technology. And I mean, if you look at some of these folks, like these household names, like say Kawasaki, right? Everybody knows Kawasaki. They make motorcycles. They make all sorts of stuff. They also make some of these highly efficient boilers that burn this coal, right? And the best technology that's available is it's really impressive what they're doing and what we can do. So I think if we can get away from this either or mentality and say, man, we can have pretty darn high levels of everything, really reliable, really affordable power, ensure we have clean air, ensure we have clean water. We can have the cake and the crumbs too. And that's one of the big messages that the administrator has been trying to put out, as well as, of course, President Trump himself.
Yeah, we can have it all. Let's talk about the affordability. Now, obviously, we know in Wyoming, our coal going to this plant and other coal burning plants is good for the economy, good for jobs, good for coal. But affordability, I mean, electricity, you and I got to open up a power bill every month and take a look at the electric bill. And with data centers and all that, coal is that help keeping price affordable of electricity?
It absolutely does. I mean, the reality is that you need power. You and I, your neighbor, or the big power users down the road, they need power 24/7, 365. And the reality is there's really only four main conventional power sources that generate that power regardless of weather conditions. It's nat gas, it's coal, it's nuclear, and it's hydro. Those are kind of the four big ones that, regardless of what the weather's doing, you can hit on the switch and it's going to deliver that power to you, right? And obviously, we have a lot of natural gas in Wyoming and we have a lot of coal too. And so that affordability component is a big one. I would argue that just at a high level, I would argue that utilities over the last 20 years have not been as aggressive, we'll say, in expending the money necessary to keep your facilities and all the generation and transmission, power lines, infrastructure, all that kind of stuff up to date, right? That's been a pretty common trend, is that there's a lot of deferred maintenance in the utility industry, right? Unfortunately, just the times we're in, everything is expensive, right? From folks who are listening, you go down to Home Depot and buying, the price of everything seems to have gone up. So I think that's a universal truth that we are operating in these times. But one of the best ways to ensure that we are having consistent, reliable, and affordable power is through coal and its ability to generate those electrons regardless of what the weather's doing.
We're talking to Cyrus Western, EPA Region 8 Administrator. Cyrus, so what is the job? I think I may have asked you this, but do you get to be in Bighorn a lot, or where do you get to do your job? You're living my dream job thing in Bighorn, man.
It's Sheridan County, man, what a great place to grow up. I absolutely love it there. Yeah. It's incredible. This is not a forever job. It's only through the duration of the presidency. So once this job wraps up, I absolutely will be moving right back to Sheridan County. I try to get back, at least once or twice a quarter. I was back a lot hunting this fall. I'm a big angler, obviously, as you can, tell. Sometimes these skulls kind of freak my staff out when they come in for meetings, but, it's good. I get back as often as I can. Sheridan Wild Rodeo. I was there the whole time, man. Love that event. So I get back. Any excuse I have, I always come back. So.
Very good. Yeah. All right. Yeah. Well, thanks for everything you're doing. Appreciate
absolutely
everything. EPA. Yeah, that's the EPA Region 8 Administrator. We told you what Cyrus does now, and we're glad to have a guy like you in charge.
I appreciate that. Trying to make Wyoming proud.
All right, man. Have a great Tuesday.
Likewise. You take care.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Cyrus Western, EPA 8 Administrator. He looks over EPA things, environmental protection for Colorado, Montana, the Dakotas, Wyoming, 28 tribal nations. His decision the other day. Oh, wait a minute, Lester. Are you still there, Cyrus?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Let me ask you one follow-up thing. So where are we with this power play? Is it a done deal? Could there be appeals? Where do we go now? The plant's still doing its thing?
There's an appeals process, but it's us putting the flag in the ground, and we're doing this for a different story, but we're doing the same thing with Dave Johnson right there in Wyoming.
Right.
Unit number 3 is on schedule to be shut down, and we are working day and night to get that turnaround and make sure that one's also open to the end of its useful life. So we're doing good work, I think. So
all right.
Yeah.
Excellent. Thank you again.
Absolutely. Appreciate the time.
We'll be back with more after this.
Oh, look, another national expert explaining Wyoming. Bless their hearts. Look, don't rely on national experts. We do it all ourselves at Cowboy State Daily Radio. Real news for real Wyomingites who actually live here. We tell it like it is, with headlines that hit harder than a spring blizzard and commentary that cuts through all the bull. Cowboy State Daily Radio. It's Wyoming news. No filter, no fluff, no kidding.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyo Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
Might not see it coming. It's prediabetes, and it captures 1 in 3 adults. You may not even know you have it, but you can escape. Take the 1-minute prediabetes risk test to know where you stand. With early diagnosis, you can change the outcome and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. Be your own hero on smartphones everywhere at doihaveprediabetes.org.
Whether it's our stories, the warmth of our laugh, or our family's secret sauce, we all bring something different to the table. So make some space. The power of connection is waiting right outside your comfort zone. Learn how you can help strengthen your community at belongingbeginswithus.org/team up.
And we're rolling on with the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Tuesday, getting towards the finish line, and we'll sneak in right under the wire this day in history. This day, January 13th, of course, 1794. We're going to take you way back. We were a brand new nation back then, practically. Here's how new we were. President George Washington, on this day, 1794, approved a measure that would add 2 stars and 2 stripes to the flag. That was after we decided to invite to the party Vermont and Kentucky to the Union. You got your stars on this day, Vermont and Kentucky. 1794. 1846, President Taylor would dispatch U.S. troops to Texas in anticipation of trouble with Mexico. Oh, how right he was. This day, 1877, Corporal Charles Bessie, he's with Company A, 3rd U.S. Cavalry. He won the Congressional Medal of Honor for his actions near Elkhorn Creek. Back on January 13th, 1877, a citation while scouting with 4 other men. The group was attacked and ambushed by 14 hostile Indians. Bessie and company, Bessie and men, held their ground. 2 of his men were wounded. They kept up the fight, and eventually, with the assistance of others, they were rescued. That Elkhorn Creek incident earned Corporal Charles Bessie the Congressional Medal of Honor for his actions. 1877. 1885, William Hale, one-time Wyoming territorial governor, died on this day, 1885. This day was also the death of Wyatt Earp. You've perhaps heard of him. He died in Los Angeles on this day in 1929. Today's also the birthday of Wyoming Governor Jack Gage, born on this day, 1899. The post office at Fort D.A. Russell was reestablished this day in 1888. Union Pacific carpenters went on strike this day, Cheyenne, 1890. U.S. Senator F.E. Warren introduced a bill today in 1899 for the erection of the Army post near Sheridan, Wyoming. And this day, 1918, we were all shivering in Wyoming. Do you remember? Or maybe your grandfather or grandmother remembered the 1918 cold snap. It was cold. We was a couple of days ago, maybe even yesterday. Was it yesterday that we talked about record cold in Rock Springs? 1918, super cold. And now look, today, not so cold. 1943, it's reported that school teachers, the employment of school teachers in Wyoming, the total number, 2,600 school teachers employed in Wyoming on this day in 1943. A census was done. And on this day, 2015, legislature commenced general session. We'll be headed to a budget session here pretty soon, next month. First thing next month. Should be very interesting. All these things happen on this day in history, January 13th. We ought to rodeo Am I ready to rodeo? I think I am. Yeah. Let's hear the latest from the Western Ag Network.
It's the Rodeo Roadshow on the Western Ag Network. Hi, everybody. I'm Will Rasmussen, headed this week for the Montana Circuit Finals in Great Falls, Montana. Honored to be able to do that. Honored to be able to talk to Shane Hanchey, a 16-time national finalist, a world champion tie-down roper, about his plans and a little bit about family, and he sprung something on me. You'll like it when we come back to the Roadshow. Stay close.
Cattle Country Videos 2026 Winter Classic Video Sales coming up on Tuesday, January 13th at the Goshen County Rendezvous Center in Torrington, Wyoming. Sale time is 10 a.m. Mountain. Offering just over 8,800 head, featuring a strong run of wean calves, plus 300 head of yearlings and 300 head of 3 to 4-year-old stock cows. The sales broadcast live on YouTube with online bidding available via Cattle USA and TV auction. To preview the cattle, visit cattlecountryvideo.com.
Western Ranch Supply, your trusted farm and ranch partner for over 70 years, working hard for you and your operation, providing the right tools, knowledge, and quality to ensure your success year after year. Doing business on a handshake still means something to us. Locally owned and operated in Montana. We are only a call or click away. Western Ranch Supply, serving the big country.
For Ingalls at 307-349-3097 or view the catalog videos and bid online at dvauction.com.
Boy, there's a lot of young kids. I mean, you are very close with Riley Webb, who's now won 3 world titles, Kincaid Henry, and Dylan Hancock. Oh, boy, there's some good young tie-down ropers in your sport, isn't there?
Yeah, you know, I mean, that's a testament to these junior opens and these youth rodeos, what they've done, what they've been able to do, and put a lot of big money in front of these guys to where when they do back in the box now, it's just more or less a formality for them, you know. And like you said, Riley he's a great individual. He's a great world champion, but he's even a better person. And I really enjoyed, you know, rodeoing with him last summer. And Kincaid Henry's another kid who I've got ties back to. His family's from Louisiana, right there where I grew up, and he's a great kid, and he's a heck of a roper. And yeah, you know, Dylan Hancock, I wouldn't be shocked if he didn't win the timed event this year. He's just that handy all the way around the arena. So there's a lot of up-and-comers, you know, and
World champion tie-down roper Shane Hanchey, so knowledgeable about sports. He's a sports buff. He wants to start a sports talk show when we continue, when we slow down. On the Rodeo Roadshow, I'm Will Rasmussen on the Western Ag Network.
Jake in the morning, Cowboy State Daily.
Thank you, Will, for getting us updated on all the latest that is rodeo. Other stories we're trying to put a bow on and tie up on this Tuesday. I did hear about this from Tip Top Search and Rescue. I saw a post on Facebook the other day. Tip Top talked about an avalanche. There wasn't a whole lot of details at the time, but Cowboy State's own Kate Meadows dug in, found out exactly what happened. I knew there had been an avalanche and a fatality. Tip Top was first on the scene down in Sublette County. This actually probably in Afton County technically, but it's in the LaBarge Creek area. It's in Commissary Ridge. It's a spot where popular with snowmobilers certainly, and a very avalanche-prone area. Yes, it is Lincoln County. Lincoln County Sheriff's Office confirmed that the deceased snowmobiler Nicholas Bringquist of Springville, Utah, this area that Nicholas is in, and he was with another sledder who was not hurt in the incident, but it's very much avalanche-prone area. We've seen avalanches there in the past. And in this case, it was heavy snow sitting on an old rain crust. Remember going back to Christmas, many of us had a brown Christmas. In this area in western Wyoming, had rain on Christmas. That froze and created a layer that was really unstable, really breakable, and that's what broke. 2 feet of snow break, which if you combine, by the time all 2 feet of snow crown gathers at the bottom of a drainage, it's significant. This snowmobiler was found underneath his snowmobile, underneath like 4 feet of snow. His partner dug down and got him out, but CPR not successful. And a tragic story southeast of Afton, Wyoming. This is down in kind of the Salt River Range. Also, stories today, Wyoming lawmakers get their first look at Gordon's proposal to push for a state worker increase in pay, some $118.8 million. We had the governor on the other day where he talked about his commitment to get state employees up to speed as far as their salaries. He said the state still lags behind. It's a reason for a so-called brain drain, why state employees choose to leave their job and go work somewhere else out of state. It's an issue, says the governor. And if we don't pay our people accordingly, it's going to cost us more in the end run when we have to fill those positions when people leave because they're not getting paid enough. But state lawmakers, at least State Representative Scott Smith out of Lingle, moved for denial of the increase, saying we already gave our state employees wage increases. And yeah, it's just more budget stuff as we go into a budget session. The Joint Appropriations Committee, and they're meeting on Monday. They didn't like the idea of state employees getting a pay increase. That's everything is going to be micro scrutinized when it concerns money in Cheyenne next month. And this story from Claire McFarland, a Lander police chief, says there are multiple suspects in a fatal bar fight in Lander. Boy, you don't see this every day, certainly not in Lander. Friday night bar fight. Law enforcement is not being releasing details. We only know that there's one fatality. One man died. Lander Police Chief Kelly Waugh said there was no weapons used, so this was not a shooting or a stabbing, presumably. All we know is it's a late night bar fight, 11:15 p.m. Officers responded to a bar in Lander, the Maverick Bar, and there's a fatality. The reason no more details are being released is DCI agents are still involved in the investigation. And the quote from Police Chief Waugh is, to be honest with you, the delay right now, he says, is determining the proper charge to be issued. What is the charge when a bar fight turns fatal? Is that manslaughter? What would be? Is there a charge at all? What if it's two consenting parties? I don't know. This could be interesting to follow, but certainly too bad about the fatality. Alcohol apparently involved. Yeah, I would say so. The exact number of suspects involved and people involved in the bar fight, also, we don't know what that is. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Tuesday. That's going to do it for us. We're out of time. We'll see you again tomorrow, same time. Thank you so much for spending your time with us on this Tuesday. We'll catch you tomorrow. Have a great day. Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.